Right. Welcome to SirAntwi Education, everyone. Thank you for joining me today. And then also, thank you everyone who have subscribed to the channel. If you have not done so, please, may you do so by assisting me and then you click on the subscription button. Thank you for supporting this channel. And we believe that today, whatever that we are going to do will be successful. And then come Tuesday, every learner, cat learner for grade 12, the paper will be easier, I must say, for you. Right. So please, like today is going to be a form of study checklist. And then also, if you have any question, don't forget to add it in the comment section, and then I'm going to answer every single question today. Right. I've also shared with you basically the paper that we're going to use today. That is the study checklist. I have some questions there, and I'm going to add it again in the comment section. I'm going to add it over there. So please, you can also use it to get access to these questions that we're going to use. Right. So I will be checking the comment section also. Yeah, like some people are saying table of figures and others. Yes, they are all in it. And then I will make sure that I tackle every single question. Then it will assist everybody so that come Tuesday, when you meet such questions, you'll be able to answer them. Thank you very much for joining me. Right. Let's kickstart with the Microsoft Word. The first thing that we're going to look at regarding Microsoft Word is the document info or the properties as well as the cover page. So I will put them together. Basically, the question 1 or maybe question 2, you have questions regarding these. That is putting the document info and then the document properties and then the cover pages. So these ones are always the first part. And then also as a field, they can also ask you to insert something as a field. So I'm going to take a look at that one first. Then from there, I will move straight to references and then including the citation. So let me start by opening the study checklist. Now, I am going to start with June SE Paper 1 2024. And then I'll also be using last year question paper 2024 to cater for every question. So here the data files, I'm going to open one zoo. So I'll open one zoo. Now, in most cases, if they ask you the first part of the question, that is the document information, you go to file and then you see info. So in most cases, they can ask you to change any of these document information, but mostly the question that they will ask you to not be here. So you have to click on show all properties. Then you'll be able to find other document properties like the subject. They can ask you to change the subject. They can equally ask you to change the status. And then you can see that for the past 2 years, they have been asking this type of question, changing either the status or any of the document information. So you have to go to file info, then you do that. Secondly, regarding the document information, they can also ask you to inspect and remove all hidden aspect or the hidden text. So you also find it under file info, then you see check issues, then you find inspect document, so that you can now click on inspect and then it will check for any issue regarding this document. So where you will find remove all, that means there's an issue there. So here there was no issue regarding the heading. So if the question says remove all the hidden issues, then you will see remove all, then you click on it. So you will find it also under file info. But in examination, if you don't know where to find it, you can go to search and then you type inspect, the keyword inspect document, and then it will take you there. Right. So take note of that regarding the file info. Then also the header and footer with the document information. They always ask this type of question to either insert your examination number, or alternatively, you must insert, for instance, the number of words or any other document information. Right. So that one, you double click on the header. Remember, this is the header. You double click there. And then it's going to give you all the aspects here. For instance, the date and time. They can ask you to insert the date and time in a specific format. They can also ask you to insert any other document info, like the author, the file name, the file path, which they have been asking this type of question. And then also the document title and other document properties. So they can ask you to insert them in the header or the footer. If that one is not here, it's not part of the document info, then you go to field. So that is where you'll find something like the number of words, the date, whereby they can ask you to change the date in a specific format, file name, whether it should be in uppercase or lowercase, and then the file size. Then they can also ask you to change the file size in any of these formats, like 1, 2, 3, or first, second, or any of these. So you see the file size in that aspect. Right. So please watch out for this document information as well as the pictures, and then other aspects here. They can ask you any of these questions. Again, watch out for this position of the header or the footer. So here, header from the top. They can ask you to change the position of the header or the footer from the top. Then you have to change it here. That's the header position. Right. Again, they can also ask you to change the header in a specific format. So when you go to header, we have different format, built-in header format, like the blank 3 columns, Austin, just like the cover pages. We have grid, integral, ion light, motion. So the header and footer also have different names, just like the cover page. So they can ask you, you have to go there and then you choose the right one. So take note of that. So basically, that is all about the header footer information, as well as the document information and document properties. Now, the next one is changing the cover page and then the pictures and other controls. So for instance, you can be asked to insert a specific cover page and then you change other controls, or sometimes the controls will not be there. So let's say we go to insert cover page, and then we want to choose the integral cover page. So they can ask you to change this cover page. You right click and choose change picture from this device. Then you can now change the picture. You can now choose where the picture is, and then you specify that image. Right. Now, they can ask you to maybe put the author name. So you type it here. And if they say they don't need abstract, so you select the abstract and then you press the delete key. to delete it. So they can tell you to delete all other controls. Sometimes also you can have a cover page whereby there is no control in it, and then they will ask you to insert a specific control. So there you just have to go to the document info. That one you have to go to document info, then you'll be now able to choose that. So when you go to the quick path, and then you see document properties, from insert quick path document properties, or alternatively use the search and then you type document properties. So it's going to give you, and then you choose the properties. Let's say we want the title was not there. Then you see the title so that you'll be able to type the title. So please watch out for this regarding the cover page. Image also, they can ask you to put a border around the image. Whenever you select the image, don't forget to go to picture format, and then you see the picture border. Please, these are the collectible marks regarding Microsoft Word that everybody must be able to get it, and you must do it in the shortest possible time. Right, so that is all about cover pages. Right, any other question? I'll always check from that side. Right, we will do the last questions. Yeah, don't forget we will do them. How to add checkbox in Excel or all functions. Okay, we will talk about that. Concatenate HTML, and then we will do everybody's comment here. I will address it today. Right, now references. I saw somebody ask about table of figures and others. So we will be also looking into that. So I'm going to open that question for the June 2024. I'll open June 2024 question paper. Remember, we have done a lot about 2025 June. Like you can see here, apply the automatic hyphenation to the document, which we will talk about it now. Insert a slide cover page in the document to display only the title and then the subtitle controls. This is similar to what we just discussed, whereby you'll be asked to insert a cover page. Then they will ask you to display it or only specific controls. So let's look at it since we still have the one zoo. So hyphenation, automatic hyphenation, we will get it from layout. But then in examination, if you don't know where to find the hyphenation, remember when you get a question, the keyword here is hyphenation. So you type it also there under the search. So it's going to give you, so turn on automatic hyphenation. If they want more options, you click on hyphenation. Then you'll be able to change the options here. That is limit consecutive -2. So here they can ask you to change it to maybe 1 or 2. Right, and automatically hyphenate the document. So that is how we go to the hyphenation. Then the second one here, it says you must insert a cover page in the document to display only the title and subtitle controls. So here, like we did it here, the cover page. So here, this cover page, we inserted already. So when you go to insert cover page, or alternatively, you can just go to search and type cover page. Remember, in examination, that's why today we are talking about the tips. Make sure that you use minimum time to solve a question. So cover page, then you go there. And then this question was talking about a specific cover page called Slice Light. And then this year they said Slice Dark, or that was last year November question paper. So you must watch out for them. And now the question says we have to delete all the controls except the title. So we don't need the school and then the title. We only need the title and then the subtitle, meaning we don't need this one. You select Remember, it's a text box. So you click on the edges, then you press delete key to delete the controls that you do not need them. Right. So now let's look at the references, and then we discuss these references into details. Now, when we talk about references, we have the table of content, and then we have table of figures, index, caption, and then also endnote, and then footnote. So I'm going to use about 5 minutes to break this one into a simple way of solving them, and then we will look at other questions also. Now, table of content. Let's take, for instance, we want to insert table of content. Remember, table of content is always based on what we call styles. Now, when you apply these heading styles, like heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and other heading styles on these headings in your document, now the list of all these headings showing the page numbers is what we call the table of content. So here, assuming I want to insert a table of content, you go to references, table of content, and then you choose custom table of content. Alternatively, you can get it from search, and then you type content or table of content. Then you choose custom table of content. Right, so here the question will tell you whether the table of content must show page numbers. If it says show page number, then you must make sure that it is ticked. If there shouldn't be any page numbers, you have to remove it. Now, again, if they are supposed to have page numbers, the tab leader, you must always watch out for the tab leader. If it's a straight line, that's the third one. Again, hyperlink instead of page number. If you wanted to have hyperlink instead of page number, or only page number without hyperlink, you must remove this. So the question will always tell you. Then the format. The format, we have different format like classic. Whenever you choose the format, it's going to preview for you. So sometimes they can give you a table of content whereby you have to look at it and then you choose the right format. We have distinctive, so normally they like asking either classic, fancy, or any of these. So watch out for them. And then you must check also how many levels were used. When we talk about levels, like heading 1 is level 1, heading 2 will be level 2, which is the sub heading. So you have to check how many levels were used for the table of content. Now, if it is 3, you have to display it as 3. Then you go to options to choose which table which styles were used. So by default, it's going to pick heading 1, 2, and 3. So let's say you use other heading styles. Then you have to go and indicate. You have to go and indicate that particular heading style. So we have to check that also. And then when you are done, you click OK. So these are our table of content. Remember, the one that are big headings are the heading 1. You can see that these are the heading 1s. So imagine they have given you a screenshot like this. They gave you a screenshot and you don't know which heading styles were used. What you need to do here is that, you know, they use welcome to the JHB Zoo one. You go and look at it, click on it, and see which heading style is selected. That means they use that one. Again, this is the history of Johannesburg Zoo. You click on it to go there, the history, and go and check which style that is heading to. So you have to always check the style that they use so that you'll be able to choose the right one. That's the trick about the table of content. You need to check the format and then how many levels. So here is level 1, level 2, and then this is level 3. So you need to check them properly before you'll be able to choose the right one. Good. Again, we also have under references called the footnote and an endnote. Now, let's say we want to give more emphasis on the word zoo. Then we need to apply either the footnote or endnote. Remember, footnote and an endnote can also be used as a reference. I mean, not only citation, but you can also use it as references. So, when you go to references and then you see footnote, endnote, you click on the footnote, endnote options to get more options. Now, if you want footnote, you take footnote. If you want endnote, you take that one also. But remember, footnote is not only at the bottom of the page. There is also a footnote below the text. The footnote can be only below this text, not bottom of the page. So watch out for that. They can ask that type of question, whereby the footnote should only be below the text, but not below on the bottom of the page. Again, EndNote also has end of the section instead of the end of the document. So if let's say you have sections, then you can also choose end of the section. So we have to watch out for that. Now, when we have footnote, we have columns. We can have footnote in multiple columns, like 2 columns, 3 columns, or 4 columns. So watch out for that. What do you mean by columns? I'm going to show you an example of how the column is arranged. Then again, the number format, they can ask you to choose a specific number format or use a symbol as the footnote. So let's say we want to use it in 2 columns and then we use a symbol. So you click on the symbol, then you'll be able to choose that particular symbol and then you click on insert. Now, the moment you click on insert, you will see that symbol there that needs you to type the footnote. So here you can say Johannesburg Zoo. Right now, the problem is if you type the Johannesburg Zoo before this particular symbol, they are going to penalize you and mark you wrong. It should be after the symbol. So you have to take note of that. And then again, we can convert a footnote to endnote. You just have to right click and then you see convert to endnote. Then it will take straight to endnote. Right, so that's how we convert footnote to endnote, or alternatively, you convert endnote to footnote. You right click, you see convert to footnote. Again, we can also have note options. If you have to change the symbol or you have to change it, the columns and other things, you go to note option to modify it. So basically, this is all about footnote. Then we have also citation, which is also under references. Now, citation is always a description of either a picture. Oh, no, sorry, the caption. I'm talking about caption before we go to citation. Caption is just a description of a picture or a description of any, it could be smart art or it could be a table or any figure. So you can go to references and click on insert caption, or alternatively, you just right click and choose insert caption. Now, so here we can type the caption name. If you don't want the label, let's say we want it to be all of them to be zoo, then we have to click a new label, and then maybe the new label should be zoo. So you see zoo 1, and then we type zoo of JHB. Right. So now instead of figure, now we have zoo. So we have zoo 1, zoo 2, zoo 3. So watch out for that, how to create a new label. If you don't want a particular label, You click on it, then you see delete label, so that label will not be part of it. So watch out for that. Now, the list of all the captions that you have is called table of figures. So we have table of figures, which is similar to table of content, but here is the list of all the captions that you have in the document. So here you go to references, then you see table of figures. Or you can also use the search and type table of figures. If it doesn't give, type the keyword figures. So figures, to give you the table of figures, and then you go straight, which is similar to the table of content. You have to specify the leader and then all these. So if the caption label is figure, you choose figure. If you want to show only the table or zoo, you choose the right caption label and then you click OK. So here is table of figures, the list of all the figures. If I want to show the list of all the tables, now I will not choose caption label as figure, but rather table. But there's no table of figures there because we have not given any table a name. Right, again, like the zoo one that I created, I can just choose zoo and click on OK. There's no one because I didn't give that name to it. So basically, the table of figures, you have to watch out for choosing the right caption label. Right, that is all about table of figures. Now we move straight to what we call the cross-reference. Now, cross-reference is similar to hyperlink, but then cross-reference is linking to any figure or any bookmark or anything that we have in a document. Let's take, for instance, if I want to apply a cross-reference here to this word, I click just after that, cross-reference, which is from references, or you can use the search. Now look at it, references type. We have numbered, so you can cross-reference to a numbered list or bulleted. You can cross-reference to headings. Let's say I want to cross-reference to the heading called food services. You can also cross-reference to a bookmark. And then you can cross-reference to a footnote. And then you can also cross-reference to endnote. Then any other figures that are there or equations. So cross-references can be linked to headings, bookmarks, tables, or any figure that's linking to that. Right, so now when you select that, don't forget here, it says insert reference to. They can ask you to insert it to the entire caption, or only the label and number, or caption text, or the page number only. So watch out for this part that says insert reference to. So let's say I wanted to go to the entire caption and I wanted to go to the figure 4. Then I click insert. Now you see figure 4 with that name. If I press the control key and then I click on it, it will take me to that particular figure. So that is how cross-references work. Linking to any figure or table, or linking to numbered list, or linking to a bookmark. So take note of that. Right. That is all about cross-reference. Now, after cross-reference to under references, please, all these questions will be there in your examination. For grade 12, this is grade 12 content, so they make sure that at least 2 or 3 of these referencing tab questions will be there. If it's not cross-references, it will be caption. If it's not caption, it will be table of content or footnote, endnote, citation, and then also index. So now we are moving straight to index. Now, what do we mean by index. Index is like giving an acronym. And then we mark the entry, and then the list of all these acronyms in the document is called index. So for instance, if I want to mark all the entry of zoo, so I will select this first zoo, then I go to mark entry. So that every zoo there that is below, I want to mark it. So that to identify where we can find any zoo in the document. And then it says mark entry zoo, sub entry, you can repeat it or you leave it. Then the cross reference, you can just say choose cross reference or you can leave that. Now, what is more important is this one. Now, if it says current page, or you choose the page range, let's say we want to mark all the entries in page 1 for only zoo, so you choose the current page. Or if you want a page range, let's say page 1 to page 4, you put that range there. You type 1 to 4, right? And then, so here I'm choosing current page. So then I pick mark all. When I click on mark all the zoo from the heading up to this side will be marked. Then I click on mark all. And then I close it. Now, when you mark it, it's going to give you this XE. You can remove it in examination. That's not an error. That to give you the show or hide, you can just click on it to remove it. But it doesn't mean that you have not inserted the index. You have done that. So if I click on show or hide, again, you see them there. Right. Now, when I go to the list of all the entries, let's say I come to the last page and I want to give index. Index is the list, just like the table of content, which is a list of all the heading styles. Index will be list of all the entries. So you go to references, insert index. Now the index, you have to specify the format also, whether classic, fancy, and then you have to specify whether you want the indented one with a column or run in. So the question will specify which type of index should you choose, whether run in or indented. And then when you are done, you click on OK. So now it's going to give me the index given to you with a zoo, which is on page 1. Right. So the list of all the index is called what? The list of all the marked entries is called index. So you have to take note of that. Finally, regarding the references type, which is the source, adding the source and adding the citation. Now, let's say we want to give a source to this document, citation. So you go to manage source, or you can use the search and type source, and it's going to give you the source manager. Then you add your source by clicking on new. The question will always specify whether the source should be website or should be report or it should be article. Now, let's say we are choosing website and then the author is SirAntwi. Then the page name is Education. Then you specify the year 2025. Now you put a URL. They can ask you to either change the tag name or you choose the basic tag name. Watch out for that. And then also show all fields. They can ask you to pick a field that is not showing there. For instance, the standard number or the comment, which you cannot find it there. You must take show all fields, editor and others. Then you can click on OK. Now, when you add the source, and then you want to add it as part of your document, and that is called a citation. So from the references, or you can go to the search and then type citation. So insert citation, and then you choose the citation that you have created. Now, this citation, they can ask you to also suppress, that means hide the year. So you go there and choose edit citation. So if you don't want to show the year, you take this one, and then they can also ask you to insert the pages. Let's say page 10. Then okay, so that to give you only the pages, but not the year. So take note of that. Now, if they have made mistakes and you want to modify that source, you go there and choose edit source, so that you can now make changes to the source. So that's all about the citation and then adding the source to your document. Then the list of all the cited sources is called bibliography. So if I go there and choose bibliography, so the list of all the cited sources will be called bibliography. But watch out for this, the style. They can ask you to change the style to maybe Chicago style or any other style. So you have to take note of that. Right, so that's all about the references tab. We have covered all these topics. So you must take note of all these. They will always ask questions on that. Right, before I proceed to the next, I was checking the comment section. Yeah, page number, we are going there. We will talk about every topic today. Right, now we are done with this part. Now we move straight to the page setup. There will always be a question under page setup also, whether the margin or the paper size. Remember, the total mark for Word is 50 marks, so do not underestimate it. It contains a lot. All these topics, they will make sure that they cover them in the question paper. So the margins, paper size, orientation, we did this also, the source manager. So I'm going to take the paper size and then also add the paragraph settings to it. Then from there, I'll move straight to the page numbers. Right. Let's move straight to the page margins. Now, if you look at the question paper that I shared with you, with the 2024 June, they have other page margins. Example, the text stops are there. Then if you check question 2, it says change the top margin to 2 centimeters and change the gutter position to left. So here the top margin and then the gutter position to left for 2 adoption. So you always find question like that. Page numbers is also there. Now I want to show you how to change all these. Now, if you are dealing with page margins and page setup, the easier way is to use the ruler settings. Very easy. Now, during examination, your educator or the technician must make sure that the ruler settings are activated. If it's not there, you must ask them to have the ruler settings for you, or you can get them from view and then you take ruler. Now, when you have these ruler settings, because you can use it to solve so many questions, about 5 to 10 marks from Microsoft Word, only on ruler settings. Now, if you double click in the middle of the ruler settings anywhere, it's going to give you page setup. Anywhere in the document, the ruler settings, just double click. Then it's going to give you page setup. Now here, margins, you can set it up. Paper size also. Layout, like the section breaks, can use that also. Again, header and footer, different, and then different first page. Header position, the one that we did at the beginning. header position, and also vertical alignment. They always ask this question, and learners will struggle to find where does vertical alignment found. Now here is vertical alignment. If they say center the text vertically in your document. So you go to the layout, from page setup, then vertical alignment. Then again, the same page setup, you can see line numbers and then borders also. So you can see that the page setup alone has so many, you can solve so many questions there. So now, if this question says the gutter position to left or top, you choose it, and then they will tell you to change these margins. So that's where we change them by just double clicking, and then you go and change them there. So please, you must try them with your computer, how to change these things. If they give you a specific page margin, for instance, then that one you get from layout margins like narrow, moderate, wide, mirror, then you can get it from here. Other than that, you must always go to the ruler settings, double click, and then you'll find page setup. You just double click, then you get page setup over there. Right. So that is all about page setup. So watch out for that type of questions also. Now, another aspect of the page setup that we'll be talking about is orientation. Now, whereby they ask you to maybe make a specific page to be landscape, the rest of the pages to be portrait. Now, it is also page setup. Let's say we want this page, which is page 2, to only be landscape, and then the rest of the pages to be portrait. So what we need to do is we need to divide this page from the rest of the pages. And to do that, we set up what we call section break. So we need to set up section break to divide this side. So now to do that, we click before this one, and then we go to layout. You'll see break and then continuous break. Why continue? We don't want to create a new page. Then at the end of the page, if it is here, again, you go there. It ends here, break, continues. Right, now, so we put continuous break before and then after the page so that we are separating this page from the rest of the pages. Then you can now click inside this page, layout, orientation, landscape, so that it will only be this page that will be landscape. When you are putting a certain page on landscape, you don't have to remove that link to previous. I think this one moved to that side because the page was too big. So that's why we see it like that. Right, so that's how we put a certain page to be landscape and the rest of the pages to be portrait. So you have to take note of that. There was a question regarding this one, which is question 1, that talks about that. Insert and right align a field in the header to display only the current year. Only the current year must be in the field in the header. So here, you go to the header, double click on the header, and now the question is talking about field. So if they're talking about field, you get it from document info, then you click on field. Now when you go to field, you say the current year. So you click on date. Now when you click on date, the current year, that means it shouldn't have the day, the month, and then the year. So you can change the format to only the YYY, 4Y. so that to only be the current year. It doesn't have the month and then the day. So this question wanted you to only select as a field the current year, not the full date. So that's how we change it. Let me repeat it. On the header of your document, you go to document info field. Now there are so many fields that you can create, you can pick. So here we are talking about date, which is the current year. And we don't see the date format with only the current year here. So you need to type them, or you can pick any of them and then you delete the rest, leaving only the Y, which is the year. So you see, it gives you an error. So here the best one is to format it to be the right date. Which is the date, and then you type it Y. Now they can even ask you to insert the current time. So if they say the current time, again, you use the same thing, the field date, then the time is hour, and then minute, then second. Even though you chose date, but you can format it to be only the time, the current time as you speak. Right, so basically, that is all about that particular question. Now, we also talk about the footnote. Now here is a modify the footnote and format it as shown in the screenshot. Now you can see the footnote was having I, and triple I. It was having 3 columns. This is column 1, column 2, column 3. So you see this question didn't tell you columns, but you can see they are in different columns. So column 1, 2, and 3. So you need to modify them. That's from the footnote. This one. So you right click and choose note option. So now it has 2 columns. So you change to 3 columns. And then shouldn't have 1, 2, 3. It was having Roman numerals. So you choose and then click on apply. So that to change automatically to 3 columns with Roman numerals, but not 1, 2, 3. So you must watch out for that, the note option. You right click, note options, then you can go there. Right, so that is what I was talking about regarding the footnote. I like this question, the way they set it up, so that you will now see some of these questions. Now, we move straight to the paragraph settings. Regarding the paragraph settings, they can ask you about the line spacing, paragraph spacing, and then line and then page break. Now, according to this question, it says, find the subheading, did you know, and apply a paragraph setting so that the heading will always appear on a new page. Now, when they say paragraph settings so that it appears on a new page, that is page break before. When they say on a new page, it is page break before. Page break before. So this question wants us to pick a page break before. Now, this is did you know, and whatever that is happening below. So when you go the paragraph settings, you can use the search and say paragraph settings, or alternatively, from the home tab, you will see paragraph, click on that one. Now, line and page break is this one, or the line spacing. You will see multiple, double, and exactly. You must look at for that also. And then the paragraph spacing before and then after. Also, the indentation, and then the alignment. Then this is the one I'm talking about. Every question paper, you'll find one of these. That's line and page break. Now, if they wanted to put it to the next page, you take page break before. If they should be together, that's keep lines together, or keep with next. Keep with next, that means they must not be separated. Now, so these three, they will always ask question on that, and then click on OK. So you can see it has created a page break before for me. This one, you cannot insert page break because the question says use a paragraph settings. So you cannot just insert page break. So that is it about the aspect that says paragraph settings. Keep lines together, keep with next, and the line and page break. Now, we also talk about cross-references. Now, bookmark and then the hyperlink. That is our next topic. And then we go to column. We will try to keep it a bit short before we go to spreadsheet. Microsoft Word topics are a lot as compared to spreadsheet. Spreadsheet is just few, and database also few. Now, Microsoft Word is the one that contains a lot of topics that they spread it across. Right, now hyperlink and then bookmark. When you are inserting bookmark, bookmark is just target location, targeting a specific location. So if we want to name this place, we create a bookmark here. So we go to bookmark, or we can go to insert. Then you see bookmark. Then we can type the bookmark name, that is zoo. And then we click on add. Right, now, if we want to link to this bookmark, let's say we want to link this zoo to that bookmark. You select it, you right click and choose link or hyperlink. Then you choose place in this document. Then you see bookmark. Then you click OK. Again, when you are linking, edit link, they can ask you to have screen tip so that you type the screen tip, JHB Zoo. So that is the bookmark linked to a bookmark. One other thing is they can also ask you to link it. Let's say you want to link this zoo to a bookmark from another document or a heading from another document. So you right click and choose link. Now you go to existing file or web page. Let's say we have another document called to adoption, which has a bookmark. Then you click on that bookmark. Then it's going to show you all the bookmarks from that particular page. And then you click OK. So that this one will be linked to that particular bookmark from another document. Watch out for that. They have started creating this type of linking to a bookmark from another document, not necessary on that particular document. So you must watch out for that. Again, you can also link to a website or email address. They can ask you to link it to a specific email address. So you must look out for this. Place in a document, email address, and existing file. So that is all about the linking. Right. Then creating and modifying a style. Creating and modifying a style, linking with character spacing and then others. We are done with endnote and footnote. And then also we come to the page numbers. Now I have this question here, modifying a style and then linking a style. There was a style created for us. Yeah, here it says, modify the heading 1 style as follows. Expand the character spacing by 3 pt and then apply any 3D top bevel format text effect with a height of 5 pt. Now there's a style they want us to modify it to have this formatting. So when you have existing file and you want to modify, this is heading 1. You right click and choose modify. Now when you go to modify, you will see format The first question says character spacing. And remember, character spacing is not part of paragraph spacing. Character spacing is part of font group. So we choose font, and then character spacing, you can find it under the advanced tab from the font group. Then you see character spacing expanded by 3pt. Right, watch out for the position also. They can give you a question raised or lowered. They can give you a question like that. From previous question papers, you see them also. And then also open type features, do not rule them out. Then you click OK. Again, the question says text effect. Any 3D top level format text effect. So you go back to format, then you choose text effect. Now, this is the text effect. The first one is outline. So here is the text effect. And then the question 3D format. 3D format top level. So any of the top level. Then the question says again, height of 5pt. So the height we change it to 5pt. Right. So they can ask you to change the width or the bottom level or any of these colors. So you must watch out for them. They can ask you about the soft edge, because I've seen some questions whereby they say soft edge of a preset or reflection of a preset and distance of the reflection. They can ask you the reflection of any preset, like last year question paper, and then the distance. They can give you a distance of it also. Right. So now there's a reflection with a distance added to this. So that's how we modify a style. Remember, they can also ask you to create a style. So to create a style, you can just say style, and then you see test style to create one. Then you click on this A with a plus to create a new style. Then you can now apply any of these styles. Right, so do not rule out from creation of a style and modifying a style. Every question paper, there will be a style questions also. So you have to watch out for that. Good. Now, we move straight to, that is all about the style and then adding the character spacings and others. Then we move straight to columns and then the column break. Very interesting aspect, that column and then column break. Now, let's say we want to apply columns on this. We are creating 3 columns or 2 columns on this from here up until this one. And then we go to column from layout, column, and then we choose more columns. Now, when we go to more columns, 2 columns, they can ask you for line between and then the spacing. Right. Now, when they want, let's say they want this one to start on the next heading, then you must go to column break or the layout breaks. Then you see column break. You must use column break so that you push it to the next heading. So whenever you get a question like that, it is column break. Then I want to also draw your attention on this. You can only get also a screenshot like this. And a typical example is from this question paper. There was a question paper whereby they gave a screenshot, which I'm going to display them also. Regarding the columns, not always that they will give you a question about columns in such a way that you need to they will give it in a form of screenshot. That's the 2024. or June 2022. One of the question papers that I selected for today, it was about columns. Like this one here, they said columns and then to appear as that. So you can see two columns, and this an example will be on the next column. So you have to insert the column break. But that aspect, I think I want to be sure about that question paper. If it's not, whereby they only give a screenshot, it cannot be last year question paper. It could be maybe 2 years ago. Wasn't that one also? Right. I don't want us to make that part because that's very, very interesting and important question. It is not also this one. Probably 2021. Yeah, not that one also. But then I think I will check in the course of the discussion. But what I wanted to know is that they can give you a screenshot like this. A screenshot like this, and then they ask you to do it. Now, whenever you see this, whenever you see this one, then it shows it's a column. That gray space there given to you, then you know that they created a column. The ruler is not all white, then you see a gray in between. That means they have separated this part from that side. So you have to take note like that. When you see that type of question, it is a column. That means they put two columns for that. So you have to watch out for that type of questions also. Right. Then we move straight to other type of from our scope also. That's all about columns and column break. Then the page numbers, and then also inserting the section break and others. That's the page numbers, starting with, and then the odd and even page numbers. Let's take the same document, and then we want to insert page numbers. Now, let's say we want to insert page numbers, but then we will not include the first page. The first page should not be numbered, or the first two pages will not be numbered. We want to start numbering from this page as number 1. So meaning we have to separate this page from page 1 and 2. And to do that, you need to put what we call the section break. Again, you go to layout, break, and then you put continuous break. That's the first thing you do. Now, when you are done, go to the header, make sure that link to previous is removed. In other words, separate this section, which says first page header section 2. Here says footer section 1. So we need to separate the header of this one from the other section. And then you must also separate the footer. So you must remove this link to previous, both on the header and then the footer. Then we can now comfortably insert our page numbers, bottom. Then they can ask you to choose a specific page numbering, whether page X of Y or any page numbers here. So here it starts with 1. If you go here, there's no page number. Then when you come here, this is page 2. There's nothing here. So because it's section 3, so we can also insert a page number. So here, because we created another section, this is 1, we can say it should be linked to it. We can just go and say format page number, start at maybe 2. So that this is 1, and then the other side will be 2. Right. I think we have so many sections from this document, section 6 and others. So you struggle to solve that type of question. Let me open another document that will be easier for us. So I'm going to open 2023 data file. That's question 1. 1K point. So to insert page numbers, you must put the section break to divide them, and then you remove link to previous. So like this one, we put the section break before this one, and then we go to layout, break, continuous. Then when you do that, make sure that you go to the header, remove this link to previous, and the footer also, you remove it. Then after that, you can now insert your page number. If it says 2, but then this question says should start at 1, then you can now go and change it from the format. Then you go to page numbers, format page numbers, and then you say start at 1. So that will start at 1 from here. Right. Now, they can also ask you to make the header or maybe the odd number to be left, even number to be right. Then you take different odd and even. So here will be our odd number. You select, you go to home. Let's say odd number should be left. Then you choose alignment, left align. Then you go to the even. This is even. Then you go to the first even number, but there's nothing there. You go back to the header and footer, page number, bottom, and then you choose it. Then you also place it at a place where the question wants you to put it. So basically, we take different odd and even. Then you now use the alignment tab to change them. If they say they want this one to be center, you choose center. Right. So that's all about page numbers, and then putting section break and odd and then even page numbers. Any question? Yes, the video will be available. Okay, what should I do to make the other dotted sentence to stay with the ones on the right on the section break? Yeah, please, where can you get the file? I shared the link. I can put the link again. When you go to past grade 12 papers, you see CAT paper 1 study guide. I'm going to share the link again with everyone. Yeah, calculations in MS Word, we will come to that. Please, the section break, we are also going to talk about that. File link in the description. Yeah, continuous break. Please, continuous break is very important, because if you don't put continuous break, it's going to create another page for you. Right. Now, so that's all about the page numbers. Like somebody asked a question, if you want it to be together and not put, please, once you put continuous page break, it will be fine. Unless if it's landscape and then the pages are more, but then we consider it as one page also. Right. Now, that is all about the page break on a specific page, starting on a specific page. The video will be available also after this session. Right, watermark, text watermark, symbol watermark on a specific page. This one, last year question paper, they brought a question like that with the moon one, and then most learners struggled. Right. So we are going to look at that also. Now, watermark on a specific page. They always ask that question, and then the page background color. Text grid lines on a specific page. We will put them together. I have this one. Let's say we have this watermark, and they want this watermark to be only on the last page. I will start from only on the first page. Now, if you want this watermark only on the first page, it's very easy. What you need to do is double click on the header or footer. Then you take different first page. If the question says should only be on the first page, then you take different first page. As soon as you take different first page, you have created a section break to separate the first page from the rest of the pages. Then you go to the second page, make sure that your header and footer is still activated. Go and select the watermark. You click on it with the selecting handle there, and then you press delete key. So it's deleted. The first page still remain. The second page deleted. This one is still there. Click there, delete. Make sure that all the other pages are deleted except the first page, which is there. This is when you take different first page. If the question says it should only remain on the first page. Now, what about if the question says the watermark should be on the last page? And that one, I'm going to use an example called text watermark. Now, this text watermark, I want to use a symbol. So first of all, you go to insert symbol. You insert that symbol. You insert the symbol, let's say webdins. Webdins. Character code 185. I'm using that one as an example. Now, this symbol, as soon as you insert a symbol, you cut it. You select, you right click and choose cut. We don't want it to be there. Then you go to watermark, which you can get from design, or you can also use the search and type watermark. And then custom watermark. Then you pick text watermark, where the text is, then you type or you paste it. Don't forget to choose the right font, which is the Webdins. Otherwise, it's not going to show. They can ask you to pick the color or the size. Let's say 800. And then the color to be red. Then you go to apply. Now, this watermark is only on the first page because we put the different first page. So you see that watermark is there. So that's how we insert a watermark, which is a symbol. You need to copy, or you insert a symbol, you cut, then you paste it there. Don't forget to put the same symbol, otherwise it's not going to show. Right, that is all about the watermark. But watermark on middle of the page, I'm going to also take an example. Two mountains. We want watermark to be those who be watching the two mountains. I'm opening from June 2023 paper. Now we want watermark only on this page, which is page number 4. So meaning we have to put section break. before and after. So you go to layout, break, continuous. And where it is ending, again, layout, break, continuous. Then when you are done, we go and insert the watermark from design. Watermark. Let's say I want to use confidential watermark. Now you can see that the watermark is everywhere. For us to make it sure that it's only here, you must double click on the header, link to previous, remove it. Again, from the footer, remove link to previous. Then you can now go and delete it from here. Delete. So there's no watermark below. And then we go up. We don't need this watermark. Delete. You select, then you delete it. So now you can see the watermark is only on that particular page, which was page. Now, sometimes it can give you a problem. You see, it was supposed to be only here, but it's deleted. So you must insert it again when you are here. If it's deleted, watermark confidential, only here. This size should not be there. And then below should not also be there. So if it's one below, that means the linking to previous is a problem. We want it to be only here. But then it's showing here. That means we have to remove this link to previous. It is still linked to the previous one, so we have to remove this. And we remove this also, so that we can delete this one. Then we only have watermark on this page. So please, when you do that, you must remove link to previous on the page that's supposed to have the watermark, the header and footer. And then the page after, you must also remove the link to previous so that you can delete both. This one is a higher order because you need to remove both before and then also after. So you need to take note of that. Right, that is watermark with a section break. Now the page color. They can equally ask you to insert a page color. They can ask you to have a page color. Now, a page color with a texture. I believe you can still see the screen. All right. So we proceed to the page color. Now, to change the page color, when you go to design, you will see page color. And then the page color, you go to fill effect. So they can ask you to change the page color to gradient fill with the two colors. With a diagonal up or diagonal down or vertical, or page color with a texture or a pattern. So you must watch out for this, how to change page color with a gradient effect. Right, so that's how we change page colors. Now, we move straight to the text stop and image manipulations. The text stop and image manipulations. And then the rest, I think by the next 10 minutes, I'll be done with Microsoft Word. Then I'll move straight to Spreadsheet. Right, the text stop and image manipulations. You will see so many questions. I'll use one question paper, which is the same June 2024 question paper. And then I'll also use last year question paper. Right, regarding the text stop, 1.9. Add a 7 centimeter text stop to the existing text setting so that the text below the emergency numbers will appear as you can see here. Now, I've been saying this all the time. The text stop, we have different types of text stop. When you see a text stop like L, which is the left text stop, when you see L that is turned to this side, it is the right text stop. When you see it as T, which is turned upside down, this is the center text stop. And then when you see just a bar, a line, which is a bar text stop. Just like this one, this is a bar text stop. It's just a line. And the question should be 7 centimeters. So we are going to open one zoo again from June 2024 question paper. Right. Now, we have this. This data file, I think it was changed or something was done. I didn't change it. I think there was no tab stop. Let me clear it. I want to clear all. Right, this was the original document. And the question says we must set the 7 centimeters with a bar. So when you select it, now you go to 7 centimeters just below it from the ruler. Double click. If you give page setup, you go there again. It's set up already. It should be below, just under it. Whenever I'm having issues with this grammar, that's why let me just remove it. It keeps on disturbing my tab stop. Right, so you double click. From your computer, I think you'll be able, my grammar is giving me problem this afternoon. You go there and you double click. It should give you the tab stop. If it doesn't give you, you get it from paragraph, then go to tabs. But by default, when you double click, the technique is you just go at the bottom of the ruler, not in the middle, the position there. And then it should give you the tab stop like we saw earlier. Right. I think I must delete this. Yeah, it should work now. So when you select, double click, there we go. That was the grammar disturbing me. Now you double click at the bottom. It should give you the tabs. So 7 centimeters, and this one is a bar. You take the bar and then you click on set. So you see the bar at the 7 centimeters. So you use your tab or you can use this one to push them. The tab to push the numbers. so that you have it exactly as in the question. Right, there are other tabs also, like last year question paper. There are other tab questions like this one, 2022 question paper. This one has a tab with the ruler settings. They have the ruler settings also with the 2023. So you can also use the ruler settings and then you modify it as exactly as you see there. You can find other tab questions also. Now, so that is a bar tab stop. I wanted to check if I can get other tab stop questions. Right, so that is it. So you can also have other tabs like this, which is L and others. Let's say with this one, and then I'm setting the tab of 4 centimeters. So you double click, and then you choose maybe to the left with a tab leader, and then you set it. Then okay. Then maybe 8.5 centimeters, you go there. Also, let's say to the center, and then you set. So the 8.5 was center, then you set it. Right. And then the right of 13 centimeters, you go there. Right. With a line, and then you set. And okay. So basically, when you set them, then you can now arrange your text properly based on the text. So when I go there and press the tab, it should go to the 4 centimeters. If I click here, it takes you to the center and that one. So you can get a screenshot, make use of the ruler setting to do the text. Just go below the measurement that they told you, just double click. It will set it for you. And then you now choose the alignment and then the leader. So that's how we set the tab using the ruler settings. Again, regarding the paragraph settings also, or the ruler settings, if, let's say this one, this paragraph, we want it to be first line, indent of 2 centimeters. The one on top here is the first line. You click and take it to 2 centimeters. And then let's say at 14, this is the right. So you set it like that. Let's say this one, we want it to be hanging indent. Hanging indent is the one in the middle. You take it to 2 centimeters. So that one is the hanging indent. So you need to take note of first line indent, hanging indent, and then also left indent. Left indent is the one at the bottom. You drag it, let's say to 2 centimeters. This one is the left indent. The one above the left indent is the first line or hanging, and then the one on top is the first line, and this one. So they will always ask you a question with a screenshot. Use the ruler settings to be able to solve that type of questions. You have to always use that aspect. So I'm going to check one question from the November question papers and show you whereby they can ask about the ruler setting. Last year question paper 2.5. You can see here from 2.5. This one is the left indent at 4 centimeters because it is L. Here is center at 8.5 centimeters, and here is left indent at 11 centimeters. But you can see here there is no line, dotted lines. There are no dotted lines, but here there are dotted lines to the center, and here there's a straight line. So let's look at that one. That last year question paper 2.5. So I'm going to open 2 moon question paper. Now, they gave you 2moon data file. So this is the one. 4 centimeter was there, but then 8.5 was not there with a dotted line. So you select all of them. Then you go to 8.5 centimeters below 8.5. That gray line there, double click. If you click on the white one, it's going to take you to the page setup. So it's 8.5. But then from the question, it's center because like T, that is 10 upside down. So you take it to center from that 8.5, center. And then you can also see that there are dotted lines to that. So the dotted lines is either 2 or 3. The straight line is 4. So we choose leader 2 and then we click on set and OK. So now it moves straight to 8.5 with the leader lines also there. Now you check whether then from the time to the September, you press the tab stop, it takes you to that 11 to take you to that side with a tab key. So I use this one to show you like last year question paper, whereby they gave them a screenshot and that they needed to do that. Right. So that is all about the tab stop. So last year question paper, they gave that one. Now, we are moving straight to find and replace. Find and replace. Then I'm going to use last year question paper also with regards to the find and replace. 2.3. Find all the occurrences of the exact word planet with small caps, effect, and then formatting and raise the position by 3 pt. So we need to use the find and replace. And then we find the word planet and then we replace it with small caps effect. So we go to 2moon. Find and replace, you can use the search and type replace. Then you click on replace. Now, when you click on replace, the first one says planet. We are finding the word planet. So find text, we type planet. Then when you go to replace with, you don't type anything there, then you click on more. Please make sure that you click inside the replace with. Don't click here. Otherwise, whatever formatting you are going to do will be applied on find what. So we go to replace with, and then you now put the format. Now the question says small caps, and we can find small caps under font. Then you see small caps. Right. Then after that, you go to the next one, which says raise position. So here we go to advanced, and then position, we choose raise by 3 pt. Right. Then you click OK. So when you are done, remember the replace with, we have the small caps and then raise by 3 pt, then you choose replace all. So that it gives you all the replacement. Right. And then when you choose replace all, then it will replace all of them, or the word called planet, and then to raise it by 3 pt. So that's the find and replace. So you can choose other find and replace, like the character spacing, other find and replace, like the special. So find and replace special. Let's take, for instance, we are going to find the normal space with the hard space. So find and replace, Control H. So what are we finding? Let's say the normal space with the hard space. We go to special, you see other one, we have something called non-breaking space, which is the hard space. We also have other special. So watch out for that one. The special ones, the M dash, the N dash, the column break, and then others. So we got 957 replacement, whereby we replace the normal space with the non-breaking space. Right. The last part regarding the find and replace is find and replace with a symbol or a picture. Find and replace with a symbol or a picture. I want to look out for a question like that. Find and replace with a symbol or a picture. Right. Let me just show you, but then you can get other questions. Let's say we are finding the word moon and then we replace it with a symbol. So first of all, you need to insert that symbol. Let's say I want to use this symbol. Webdins 186. So you must insert that symbol and then you cut the symbol. Then you go to find and replace. What are we finding? Moon. And then we are going to replace with, where it says replace with, you click there, you go to special, and then you choose clipboard content. That means you want to replace with whatever that we have cut. Then you go to replace all. So we got 62. So all the moon will be replaced with that particular symbol. If we don't choose clipboard content, then you just say paste, you are going to get it wrong. So that's how we choose find and replace with a symbol. That's the special one. Right. I think we have done a lot regarding Microsoft Word. Let's focus on the image manipulation. So we did the find and replace. We did this one. Gradient field. Then we go to table. Somebody asked for table. We will not talk about drop cap. Drop cap is very easy. You just go to insert drop cap and then multi-level list. Then we are done with Microsoft Word. So I will move straight to image manipulation. That is changing images and then placing images and then also table. Without wasting much time, I will focus on the question paper. That is 2023 question paper. November 2022, sorry, November 2022 question paper. It says we must do the following. Open the one poster with a password P1 star. So we go to November 2022. So one poster. So we need to extract it with a password called P1 star. With capital P. You must show it to see. Okay, so it's open. Then we can now open it. Then after that, the question says, paste the group of 5 images from the one poster into the one tourism document to show like this and edit the image. So you can also copy and paste, or you can edit it here first. Now we can see that these two were together, and 1, 2, 3 were also together. So we can move this one to be together. Right, and these three are also together. Then we can group them. And to group images, you click on the first image, hold down the control key, click on the second, third, fourth. Your control key should still be held down or held down. After you have selected all of them, you remove your finger and then you right click and choose group. Okay, here it was group already. So we needed to group so that you can now group it. Right. Now, there are some instances whereby you struggle to group it. For instance, let's say they are having different format. Let me ungroup them. When you go here, every picture, when you click on the picture, it must give you the picture layout option. So here, they all chose in front of text. So if they are not having the same layout, you can never group them. So you can see they all have in front of text. That is why it was possible to be grouped. So either you choose the same layout in front of text, or you can also choose square. And all of them must have the same layout before. So you click on this, you hold down the control key, you click on the second, third, fourth, and fifth. Then you can now right click group and then choose group. Remember, after selecting, you must remove your finger from the control key. Now, after you have grouped them, go to picture format, please. Pictures, when you select, you see picture format. And watch out for these, the corrections, saturations, the color saturation. If it's not there, you must go to more option to set it. Picture color option to set it, the saturation and picture corrections. So you have to watch out for that. And then again, artistic effect, they can ask you that. Transparency. Then also reset the picture and they remove background. Then now, this the one that they normally ask question about is either the position and then the border, or you rotate them, flip vertical. You must watch out for that. And crop to shape. Like this question here, they crop to a certain shape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sizes. So crop to shape, and then you choose the one with the 6 sizes. So the group 1, that's the one you must crop to shape. Now, if you group them, then you select, then you now crop all of them to shape. So that's how they applied this image manipulation. Now, let's say we copy this image to one tourism. After we have done that, then you paste it to one tourism. Let's say we put them here, copy and paste. Now, this image, we can also change it to maybe this one, so we can move it around. You change to tight or square so that you can move it around. And change the size. You go to picture format, change the size to the exact size. Let's say the size, exact size, relative, and then that. You must remove the log aspect ratio so they can get the exact size. Let's say 10 by 8. Right, now when you change the size, then you move it around. You can specify the position of it. And with this image, we can now put the image and then the text in one particular text box by going to Insert, Shape, and then you choose Text Box. Then you draw the text box around them. Now, when you draw it, the text box also change the layout to, you change the layout to behind text so that the text box will be behind this image and then the text. And then you can now change, when you select the text box, you can also change the shape outline of the text box with a weight, maybe 3 pt. Right. So you can get a screenshot like this, and then they will tell you to put the image and the text to be together. Then within the same thing, they can also ask you to change the first line. Let's say this one to 2 centimeters and others. So watch out for that. They can give you a screenshot like this. So you must check how you place these images. Right. I think that is all about image manipulations. Now we go to table. For table, I'm going to focus on one zoo regarding table. So I'm going to focus on this one, 1.7. That is the June 2024 question paper for the table. Now, you have been given a table like this or the screenshot, and then they say allow 1 centimeter spacing between the cells. So 1 centimeter spacing. So let's open one zoo again. Right, we are finishing Microsoft Word very soon. Then we go to Spreadsheet. Like I said, Spreadsheet is not a lot. We go straight, and then the videos will also be available. Word is a lot. That's why most learners spend a lot of time. Now, this is one zoo. Then they gave you a table. This table, I think this question paper, the table was done. The actual one zoo, I want to check the original data. This was the original data. It was something like this. Let me see when I can get the original data. It was also done here. Right. So it was like this. And then they ask you to take this one to a table like you see on the screen. Now you can see that this one is a text and it's separated by /. Now we need to take this one into a table. So you select, you go to Insert, Table, and then you choose Convert Text to Table. Then convert text to table, we use other. It is not tab, neither is it comma, because you see them, because there's a / separating them. So we choose other, and then we type / here, and then OK. So that it will now automatically convert it to a table. We could have it like this also with a star separating them. A star separating them. Also, you select, Insert, Table, Convert Text to Table, and then you choose Other, but a star. because it's a star separating them. Then it can convert automatically to table. Right. Then after that, you see there's another row. This is another row that had the requirement. So they added another row. You go to table layout, row below, and then you merge it. Then you must cut those texts. You select this, you right click and choose cut. Then you put it inside. Right. Now, when you have this table format in this way, we can now, these lines that you see here, they are the cell margin. That's what the question say here. Allow 1 centimeter cell margin. So here we need to put the cell margin. You go to cell margin and then allow spacing, then choose 1 centimeter. And then okay. So that was the cell margin that they applied. So these are the cell margins. Watch out for the directions also. And then shading and filling. Now, if they wanted to do calculations, somebody was asking calculations in a table. Let me go back. If let's say they want calculations, okay, I still have this one. Now I want to put calculation on top. So I go there and insert a row above. Now if I want to do calculation here, when I click that, I go to table layout, formula. So here I want to count. So I can say count into bracket below. You are counting whatever it is below. You got 5. You are counting everything below. So that's how we use the function in. You go to the formula count below, and then you can change the format. We don't want the R symbol to only be 5. Right, so you can have average above or below, and then sum above or below. So here we use above or below into the bracket. So that is how we use them. Equals to count into bracket below. We are counting everything that is below, or count above if maybe it was down here and then we are counting everything that is above it. Right, so that's how we do calculations. You can do so many calculations, even any calculation that you do, not only sum and then count. The normal arithmetic calculations also, you can do that. Right, so that is all about table calculations. Right, so we are done with table, hyphenation, drop cap, we will not, and then review. Maybe we'll pick one review and then the multi-level list, then the mail merge. Right, regarding the review, like 1.8, accept all the track changes in the document. We have this document, it says we must accept all the track changes. And to accept track changes, you go to review, or you can use the search and say track changes. Then where it says all markup, here you must have all markup. Then you go to accept and move on. So to go to the changes. All the track changes, you have them in red. So you go to track changes. And then you say accept and move, or accept this change. So now the question is you must accept. So you can either accept or you reject the changes. Right. I think that is all about that part. Then we finally finish Microsoft Word with mail merge. Because drop cap, you just use drop, insert drop cap, then you insert it. Smart art shape also, you must always check whenever you are dealing with smart art and then the word art. When you go to insert smart art, there are different smart art shapes. that you can have. Now, when you type it, they can ask you to change the smart art. The color, don't forget to pick the color. They can ask you, and then the style. They can ask you to change the style that you have to different styles or process like last year question paper. When you don't see, you go to more layout, maybe process to change it to process. Like this one. And if you want to turn this one like last year question paper, you turn it to the other side. Then you can type the text here. Now, if you cannot type the text this side, if it doesn't show, when you go to Smart Art Design, look out for this text pane so that you can type the text. So let's say paper 1, then go here, paper 2, and then paper 3. Now, if under the paper 1, you want to have another one, you press enter. You see, it gives you like paper 2. But if you want it to be below this paper 1, then you can now use the tab. You press the tab key to move it to the next one, Excel, so that to be below it. So you press the tab key. If I go here and I press enter, and I want paper 2, maybe system technology, I press the tab key, tab, then I can type system technology. So watch out for smart art. If it is below in that box, you go to the text pane and then you press the tab key. So that's all about smart art. Now, multi-level list, and then mail merge, then the forms. Now, let's say I have a list here. I have a list, and I want to convert this one to multi-level list. When you select it, and then from the paragraph group, you see multi-level list, this one. If you can't see where it is, you can just type multi-level list. From the search, you type multi-level list, and then you click on the arrow, then you choose define new multi-level list. Now, if the first level, you go to number style for this level. Let's say the first level will be first, second, and third. Then the second level will be maybe a picture. You go to new picture. Then you select the picture for that second level. And then they can also go to maybe the third level. Maybe the third level will be 1, 2, 3. With the bracket, then go to enter number style. You put a bracket there. Now, don't forget, they can ask you to change the position, whether it should be left align, right, or center with the index, or maybe the align at, or text indent at. So you have to change them also, and then you click OK. Now, you will see by default, it's going to give you the first and second level. That's the first level. Now, if I want to change this one to the second level, I press the tab key. It takes me to the second level. If I want this to be the second level or the third level, I press the tab 1, 2. So it goes to the third level. So multi-level list, you select and then you set it up. Then after that, you use the tab key to arrange them. So watch out for multi-level list questions also. Now, the last part is mail merge and the form regarding Microsoft Word. So 7 access card, there was a mail merge question. So let me open 7 access card. But I think I don't have 7 members access, but I'll check there. That's the 2024 question paper. Right. So mail merge, it can be a label or something. So first thing to do regarding mail merge is to go to mailings. I'm not sure whether I pick it from. Right. The first thing to go to mailings. So you go to mailings and then you go to start mail merge. Now it could be a letter or envelope or a label. So unless otherwise stated, you choose letter. Then you go to the select recipient and then you take use an existing list to go and select the recipient list. Maybe let me choose the company, it's fine. And then after that, you click on edit recipient list. So this is where you are going to select the criteria. Let's say we are going to give it to only those with very high. So we choose this one and we say very high, or you can just go to filter and then say level equals to very high. After that, all these that you see here, less than, greater than, you must replace them. So you go to insert merge field, name, insert merge field. Don't forget to get a space. So insert merge field, surname, and then the ID number, also insert merge field. If there was any ID number, let's choose level for it. Now, when you are done, you click on save. As soon as you are done, you click on save. Then you go to finish and merge, and then you choose edit individual list. Then okay. So it will give you all this. Don't forget to save this also. Remember, you are having two documents. The first one is a 7 access, and this one, that's a letter 1. So this letter 1, the question will always tell you to save it. So you go to save as, and then you save it as 7 merge. Like this question, it says, complete it and save it as 7 merge. So always don't forget to save your document as 7 merge, or the one that the question says you must give it that name. That is all about mail merge. Very simple. And then the form, text form field. The last one, which is always question 7. Text form field is also question 7. So with that, I'm going to pick, I think last year question paper, there was a text form field question. Text form field with calculations also. In most cases, you will find it in question 7. No, this one last year was mail merge. So this year, you must watch out for text form or maybe also mail merge, which you never know. Right. So the text form filled with the calculations. I want to get one document that I can also use. I think 2024, there was a text form filled. Apart from the mail merge. Right. So here you can see this question is about find and replace with a character code, the one that we did. And this was multi-level list. First, second, third was there. And this is the second level. So you need to check that also. Yeah, there was a test form filled here. Edit the field property for what animals would like to adopt. to display a blank option at the top of the option list. So here we need to have a blank option at the top, and then the property of the payment to display as currency, and that one also. This one is to adoption. So we go data file to adoption. Right. So we were given this. You double click. They said the first one should be empty. So you press the space bar and then click on add. Now the space bar is last, so you now have to move it to be the first option, and then OK. Oh, it's still there. The question says should be the first option. Right, so that the space bar will be the first option. Right, now the payment amount, they said we must change it to currency, not number. So we change this one to currency. Number, and then the number format, we put currency. Right, and then the first name, they can ask you to change it to maybe 10 or 25, then you change it, or to uppercase. Then you change it to uppercase. Then also cell number, they said 10 digits. And you can also do calculations here. Let's say we want to have VAT inclusive. Then we insert another option. You go to developer, then we choose text form field, then we choose text box. When you double click, here we choose calculations, so that we can now put our calculations here. So if the VAT is 15%, 15% of the payment amount. So we type 15 over 100 times the VAT amount. We have to go and check the payment amount there. What is the bookmark name? Here the bookmark name is text 1. So meaning we use bookmark name to do calculation. Then we say text 1. So 15 over 100 times text 1. So if I put any amount here, let's say 200, then when I double click here and press OK, it's going to calculate 15% of that for me. So that's how we do calculations in a form. We use the bookmark name to do the calculation. Right, that is all about Microsoft Word. I believe the topic that we have covered here, there's no topic that you will meet on Tuesday that you will not be able to answer. Right, now let's move straight to the next topic, which is spreadsheet. Regarding spreadsheet, I think we will end, when we are done with spreadsheet, we will end the lesson, and then tomorrow we will start a bit earlier, then we will continue with the database, and then also HTML tips regarding the, if we are able to cover almost all the spreadsheet on time, we still have time, then we can also add database to it and leave out the HTML, because HTML is not a lot. Right, now please, sorry for not addressing your questions. We will go to database also, because this thing will be there. Somebody said, can we skip Excel? No, we will do it, don't worry. We will do Excel, picking the difficult ones. Do we have, are we allowed to have thesaurus activated during practical? Because in my prelim paper, the paper asked for the synonym. Yeah, it should be there. It should be there for synonyms. It should be there. Formulas and calculation for Word. Yeah, we just did it also. Now let's move straight to spreadsheet without wasting much time. And I think spreadsheet with one question paper, we will cover almost all the topics that needs to be done. So 50 marks for spreadsheet. Sheet management, I believe that one is collectible for everybody. Merge and center, shading, orientation, all these are collectible marks. So I will move to data validation and then count ifs and others. I promise not to spend more than 30 minutes on spreadsheet. Right. Let me take the June paper, 2024, 3 budget. Right. Now, merge and center. You know, if you're asked to merge, you just select and then you see merge and center here. Like here is merge. And then also rep text. Rep text meaning that everything should be fully visible. So we rep text and then we merge and center. Right, so merge and center and also rep text. So you have to take note of that. That is part of the sheet management. Merge and center and then rep text. Then again for grade 12, they always ask questions regarding filling with a gradient fill. Now for gradient fill, when you click on it, you right click and then you see format cell. Or alternatively, you can just say fill or shading. Fill or you can say shade. When you give it a fill color or shading. But then the best one, the format cell, when you right click, you give you format cell. That's the first part of the question that they will always ask. Or you go to search and say format cell. Then format cell, we have the number format, we have the alignment, whereby they can ask you to change horizontally and vertically centered. Now they have added this also, distributed indent. Watch out for that. And then they will give you the indent distribution. Then also, they will ask you a question about the borders, placing a border around it, which is part of the format cell. Then you select maybe outline border with double line. Filling, that's shading. The normal filling. And then we have the pattern color and pattern style. So maybe pattern color and then the pattern style, which every pattern style has a name. Then this is the one they normally ask you guys, fill effect. With a gradient fill, whether two colors, whether diagonal up or from corner. They like asking this type of question. That is about the shading. Again, the text direction. You get a text direction from the alignment. If in examination you don't remember it, also you can get it from format. So you just right click and say format cell, or you can just type format cell, then you'll be able to get to format cell. Then that is part of the alignment, and then you will see orientation. With the orientation, the degrees can be given to you or the text direction that you can choose to apply the orientation. But there are some orientation that has a specific name. For example, when you go to the alignment, you will see AB, which is orientation. So we have angle counterclockwise. They can ask you that, or they can ask you angle clockwise, or rotate up. So watch out for that type of rotation. All these are part of the basics. Then the other basic thing that they normally ask is freeze pane. Now, they can ask you to ensure that from row 1 to row 6 is always up. That's it's been locked up. So that when you scroll down, row 7 will start vanishing or diminishing. So you go to the next row, which is row 7, you select it, and then you go to freeze pane. You search for freeze pane. So meaning from 7 will start vanishing when I scroll down. That means 1 to 6. So meaning that if they want only row 1 and 2 to be up, you must go to row 3 and then you go to freeze pane. So that's how we do the freeze pane. Freeze pane. And you can get freeze pane from, also you go to view, you will see freeze pane. Right, so that's freeze pane. You can freeze row or you can freeze column. They can even ask us maybe from column J, from A to I should be locked. So you go to J and then we go to freeze pane. Then we choose freeze pane. So when we scroll to the right, A to I will always be there. So not only freezing the row, you can also freeze column. So that is part of the freeze pane. And then the row height, you right click and then you choose row height. They can ask you to change the row height. You right click on the row, then you see row height or column width. And you can also see the format cell also. So watch out for that. Right. Tab color, you right click and then you see tab color to change the tab color. Or you right click and then you choose deleting and protecting also. They can ask you questions like that. They can also ask you to link to another sheet. You can do that so that you link this sheet to another document. Right. Again, they can also have hyperlink here. They can have a shape already here, and then they will ask you to hyperlink it. So you can have a shape, and then you hyperlink also to another worksheet. Now, that's all about the basic formatting. The next one is conditional formatting. Conditional formatting, that's the formatting based on certain conditions. Now, the basic one is, let's say column G, you want all the food budget to have color scales. So we go to conditional formatting, new rule. Now we have the first one, which is the color scale. It can be 2 color scale or 3 color scale. And then the question can tell you if it's color scale, whether you must use percent or not, or number. So they can tell you to use numbers or range. So maybe the first value to be maybe 500, the second one will be 1,500, and the maximum one to be maybe 100,000. Then you change the colors. That's the color scale. Then we also have another conditional formatting with new rule. It is not color scale, but then it's data bar. Then also you can choose the specific, whether number or percentile or formula. And then you choose the lowest and maximum. Maybe lowest is 300 and maximum is 10,000. Then the color, whether the bar should be gradient fill with the colors, and then whether you need a border around it, and then the color that you want to choose. And then the bar direction, if you want from left to right or right to left. So you must watch out for this. That's the data bar. And another conditional formatting that they also like asking, not data bar, called icon set. Now, when it comes to icon set, there are different icons. We have the flag, we have the 3 signs, we have the symbol, circled, and others. And this one, they will tell you which icon should you choose. Again, you can change the icon from here. Then the values, whether it's value or percentage, you must always remember to change it. If it's only numbers like this, you must change it to number. If it is in percentage, change it to percentile. And remember, if they give you a question that when the full stop should be greater or equals to 300, so you select that and then you type the value here. Then the second one, maybe they will say between 301 and 1,000. Then you use the second one, greater than or equals to 301. And then you click OK. Oh, sorry, you must start with a bigger value. Maybe this one should be 1,000 and this one 301. From this, and then this one should be greater or equals to 1,000. And then the next one is when it is less than that. Maybe 500. So here should be less than 500. So basically they will give you a table, then you have to apply that. That's the other conditional formatting. Then the most difficult conditional formatting is what we call the formula. Now they can give you a question by saying that insert or shade column C, or maybe highlight the names whenever the groom budget is less than the maximum or the average amount. So meaning, let's say when the average budget here, the person's value here is less than the average budget, then we must highlight the name. So this type of question, you have to use a formula. Formula is used when you are comparing two columns. Here we are comparing this one, budget, and that one, not only one column. So the moment you see two columns, then you know it's a conditional formatting with a formula. It is not just a straightforward question. Now, I'll give an example. So here we are saying when the average. So first of all, we are going to calculate average value there. So we calculate our average. So average is this one. So now the question says we need to highlight all these names in a red font or a red color anytime the value here is less than the average amount. So you select this one that we need to highlight, and then we go to conditional formatting, new rule. So we have to use the last option, which is the formula to determine. Now we are going to put our formula here. What's the formula? That is when this value here, which is H7. Normally I prefer whenever you click on it to have $sign, go and click just after equal sign and remove the $sign. There should not be any $sign. When H7 is less than or equals to the average amount here, then you must format, and then we fill with a red font, or it can be graded fill. And then OK. So any value that is less than the average amount will be highlighted. This is a formula type of what? Conditional formatting. And you must take note, grade 12, they keep on asking this type of question. Another way, they can also ask you maybe highlight all these, the names, whenever the value in column D which is this one, is a fish. So when the animal class is fish, you must highlight this one. So you click on this. Don't forget to go after the equal sign. If it gives you a problem, delete and type the right one, which is D7 equals to fish. You put fish in inverted comma, or you can type fish in the building block, then you click on it. It's also correct. Then we must fill in with a red font. So we are applying whenever it's fish, it will select with red. Right. So that is also another way of doing conditional formatting. Then we also have the last conditional formatting called top bottom rows. Conditional formatting. When you go there, new row, and then you see top bottom rows, maybe top 10 or top 2 or bottom 2. You want the second one to be highlighted, or we have the top 2% also. So here the top 2, and then you format maybe to this color. So the top 2 will be highlighted. That is another type of conditional formatting. And the last part of conditional formatting is called above and below average, which is also conditional formatting. We have above and below average type of it, whether above or below average, or we have equal or above, equal or below average, the standard deviation, and others. You can also set up conditional formatting like that. Right. So that is all about conditional formatting. Now we move straight to the last part of the formatting, which is called data validation. Data validation. Now, I'm going to apply data validation on, let's say, gender, male and female, to have options to choose from. Now, when I select all these, I want you to click and then you select data validation. You get it from data, and then you see data validation. Alternatively, you can get it also from search and type data validation. Now, if you want to have options where it says allow, we choose list. And then you click on the source to go and put the source of your list. Let's say male and female, M and F. You select it. Then you press enter. So when I click there, it's going to give me MF, MF to select. Sometimes they can give you the range of the M and F somewhere here, then you select it. M and F will be here, then you use it to select. So that is the list. Again, we also have data validation. That is like the validation rule in database. Let's say we want to apply validation rule here. Then we go to data validation. Now here we don't choose allow any value. We choose whole number. If it is whole number, if it's decimals, we choose decimal. So we have whole number and decimal. So this is the whole number. And then we have between or equals to, just like the way we use conditional formatting. So let's say should be greater than 5,000. So we say greater or equals to 5,000. And then we put a validation text inside input message, only values from 5,000 allow. Or you can be asked to choose error alert. So it gives us the rule here. Now, when you are done, sometimes they can ask you to circle invalid text. So you go there, data validation. There's an arrow there, and then you choose circle invalid text, invalid data. So any data that's outside the rule will be circled. Because the question says should be greater or equal to 5,000. Now we have 4,000 there, so to circle all those invalid texts. That is data validation. We have it also for text. We can have data validation rule. And then here we choose text length. We have date also, don't forget them. Text length, maybe text length is 4. So between 4, minimum, and then maximum 4. So that's fish. So all those texts that are more than 4 is circled. They are invalid. Only fish is allowed because it's only 4 length, 4 number of characters. And this is data validation. Watch out for that type of questions also. Right. Then the last part will be before we come to the functions, because I wanted to finish all the spreadsheet features before we come to functions. The last part will be spreadsheet feature called subtotal. Let's say you get a question that says, find the average budget for each animal class. Now, every animal class, then we find the average. So meaning we have to group according to the animal class, because the question says for each. So we have to select our data. And then we sort it. So you can get sort from search, or you go to home, you see sort and filter, custom sort. But because the question says we must find the average, the question we must find average animal type, average grooming budget for each animal type. Because of the keyword for each animal type, we have to sort according to animal type. Then after that, we go to data, subtotal. At each change in, the one that you group according to, which is the animal type. And then the function, the question says we must use a function called average. So we choose average. And the question says average grooming budget. So we go and take grooming budget, not question 3.5. Now, look at these two here. It says replace the current subtotal is fine. Page break between groups. If the question says every group must have its own page, like when you take animal type like the reptiles, they must have their own page. Then you must take this one, page break between groups, and then you click on OK. So you realize that every group, alligator, we have its own average. Anaconda. So here, animal class, we have each of them. I was supposed to choose animal class instead of animal type. That was a mistake because I was supposed to group according to that one. So let me undo and then do it. Let me go back to the data validation. At each change in animal class. Not type, because I was supposed to sort according to animal class. Let me sort again. So I'm going to sort according to animal class, not type, because animal class are the reptiles that we have there. Right. And then I go to subtotal. At each change in will be animal class. And then the subtotals will be done properly for us. So you can see here, amphibians, the average will be there, and then they'll calculate it there. So sometimes you can get a screenshot. The one that you see in bold, that means they group according to that column. And then if you check this row here, the only value here is under the grooming budget. That means they calculated under the grooming budget, and then the function used was average. So sometimes they can give you a screenshot, then they will tell you to perform a spreadsheet feature to display as you can see on the screenshot, which is subtotal feature. Right, so that is all about the spreadsheet feature. As for autofill, they can tell you to number them automatically, like 1 and 2. So you just do that and then you autofill. That's the autofill feature. Right. We move straight to the calculations. Now that we are done with all this, we are moving straight to actual calculations as grade 12 learner, what you should know. Now, remember spreadsheet is 50 marks. The calculations are as follows. Count ifs, sum ifs, or average ifs. There will be questions on that. Whether sum ifs, count ifs, average ifs. And then again, rounding, large, small, large, small, and then average, whereby average and then you use truncate and others. So I'm just going to look at them, and then before I go to the other text functions, please come out with your questions. If you have so many questions, we will talk about chat also. People are talking about chat, we will do that also. Yeah, I like the way you are discussing there. We will look at them also so that you have more options. Now, if the question says calculate the second largest value or the second largest budget value, then we use large. So if they want the largest, the second largest, the third largest, or the fourth largest, we use large. So equal sign large, that's the biggest one. Then you click on FX. The array is the column that contains the values. Let's say we want the second largest food budget. You select everything here. And then K, because the question said the second largest, K will be 2. Right, the third largest, K will be 3. The fourth largest, K will be 4. Now, if the question wants the smallest value, also we use small. Double click on FX and click on FX also. So maybe they want the third smallest value, then K will be 3. The third smallest value. Right, again, we have another function called count blank, counting blank spaces. Like we want those who do not have any food budget, like the empty spaces. So we use count blank, and then you select that column and then enter. So we got the blank spaces to be 6. Those empty spaces, that's the count blank spaces. And then again, there is also another function that you need to know called average. Let's say we want to find the average grooming budget. Average grooming budget. We want to find average grooming budget and then format it to 0 decimal place. So to do that, whenever they are asking for formatting, it's better you make use of, let me remove the freeze pane. It's better you make use of building block. Whenever they are asking for average, then they are asking for a certain number of decimal place. Use the building block. For instance, equal sign average, and then we select all the grooming budget. Then okay, you press enter. Now, when you get your answer, now the question says you must put the answer here and then make it to be 2 decimal place or maybe 0 decimal place. If they say 0 decimal place, you can use int function. And then you click on your answer here and press enter. Right, integer of it, even though it's still given 2 decimal place. So you can just go there and then remove the decimal place, which is not necessary. They want the function. Right, again, if they want it to be 2 decimal place, equal sign round. You can also use round and round up and round down of this one. How many decimal place? 2. To round it, because I formatted, that is why it's showing me that. Right, so basically that is how we use round and the int function together with the average. Find the average calculation in the building block, then you now go and use the int or the round function in the cell where you must put your answer. Right, then we also have count A, counting the number. Whenever you see number, like for instance, if I ask you, find the number of animal types using column C. So here we have to use counter, not count, because count A counts the letters or text. So we got 53. If we use count, it's going to give error. If I remove the A and I press enter, it's going to give me 0. Count only count numbers, but not text. So when you get 0, let's say you make a mistake, then you go there and put A and press enter. You get the right answer. Right, so that's the difference between count A and others. And then we have mode. Mode is most frequently occurring. So if they say find the most frequently occurring food budget per month, so we use mode, equal sign mode, and then you select the food budget amount and press enter. So the most frequently amount there is 706. That one appeared most. So watch out for mode, count A. Those are the basic ones they will start asking you, and then large and then small. Then range between and then the random numbers. Range between, that is random numbers. So we use range between. Let's say range between 1 and then 100. That's the random number between 1 and then 100. We use the function called range between. Right. So that is the basic calculations. Now, I want to differentiate between count ifs and then the sum ifs. Now, count ifs. For grade 12, use count ifs and then use sum ifs and then use average ifs. Now, when do we use count ifs? When you see a question that says, find the number, or sometimes they will say total number based on a criteria. Like for instance, find the total number of those fish classes of animals. So now that's because we want only fish, then the criteria will be fish. Sum is when you see total, or you see total value, or you see total amount, or total age. Now here, whenever you see total number, here, what separates this one is number. Whenever you see number, regardless of total, then it is what count ifs. Now, when you see only total or total value or total amount or total age, then you have to use sum ifs based on criteria. Then when you average if, when they say average based on criteria, so we use average ifs. And all of them, your criteria, if it's the text, make use of wild cards. That is star. Now, or you can also use question mark. Now, I want to show you something. Whenever they say, let's say fish, you say star, F-I-S star. Pick the first three letters. If they say amphibian, star, A-M-P star. So that it says contains, it will always give you the answer. Don't try to go and then type fish in full and others. It's going to create confusion because you are likely to get questions whereby, let's say, it's not only fish, but it has fish together with other text. Then that one, you cannot type fish to get the answer right. So I'm going to start solving these questions. Let's say this side, I want to calculate the total number of amphibians that are there. Because the question said the total number, because of total and number, then I have to use count ifs. So equal sign count ifs. Somebody may ask, why am I using count ifs but not count if? Like I said, count ifs, even if the criteria is 1 or 2 or 3, you will still get the answer right. I don't want you to confuse yourself at this stage with a count if and count ifs. Just use count ifs whenever you see total number. And then you click on FX. Then it says criteria range 1. You select the animal class. That's where it contains the values, that column. And then we are looking for, okay, let's say we are looking for the total number of amphibians. So you say start AMP star. Pick the first 3 letters and then okay. So we got 7. AMP, that's amphibian, the first 3, but the star before and then star after. Right. Now, what if they say the total number of amphibians that are male? So when you go there, equal sign count ifs. And then the criteria range 1. You select the column that contains the amphibian. Criteria star AMP star. Then criteria range 2, they say that are male. You can find male from column B. You select the values in column B. Male, which is M. If you want to follow the same conversion, star M star. So we got 4 of them. Right. So basically, that's how we do with the count ifs. Now, with the sum ifs, here, let's say the question asks us to find the total food budget for all mammals. The total food budget for all mammals. Because the question is the total food budget. They didn't say the total number. So you cannot use count ifs. It's supposed to be sum ifs. Total food budget. So equal sign, sum ifs. You click on FX. Then it says sum range. Because they say the total food budget, The sum range will be the food budget. You select it. And then the criteria range 1, you select where we find the mammal, just like the sum is. And in the criteria, we are looking for mammal. So star MAL or star MAM, the first 3 letters, star. And then OK. So sum ifs, this is the sum range, which is the food budget. And this is the criteria range where we can get mammals from. And then the criteria, because we are looking for mammals, we say star MAM star and then enter. When you follow this conversion, there is no count ifs or sum ifs or average ifs that you can never answer. Average ifs is the same thing. Equal sign. Let's say the question wants to find the average food budget for all the fish class. Equal sign, average ifs, then average range, which is the same as the sum range. You select the food budget. Criteria range 1, where we see the animals, you select them. And we are looking for fish, star, FIS, star. There we go. So average ifs and then sum ifs, they are similar, but count ifs, they don't deal with numerical values. So take note of that. Sometimes they can say greater than that, or less than that, or that. So watch out for that. Where they count ifs also. Right. You can also get a question that says between. Let's say the question wants you to find the total food budget. That is between 500 and then 3,000. The total food budget is between 500 and 3,000. So we have to use the sum ifs because it's the total. Equal sign, sum ifs. And then the sum range will be the food budget. Then you come to the criteria range 1. It's still the same food budget. When you see between, because the question is between 500 and 3,000. So whenever you see between, now when you see between 500 and 3,000, that means greater than or equals to 500. And then the second criteria is less than or equals to 3,000. There are 2 criteria. First one is greater or equal to 500. That's between 500. And then the last one is less than or equals to 3,000. Right. So we do that. So criteria range 1, we say greater than or equals to 300. Then you go to criteria range 2. You select the same column, the food budget, and then this one should be less than or equals to 5,000. So you can still use one column to achieve our answer. Whenever you see between, you split them, use greater or equals to the first value, and then the second one will be less than or equals to the second value, where it is ending. So that is all about the sum ifs and count ifs. Right. Now, these are the basic, you always get them there. Now we move straight to what we call the text functions, and then we look at nested if, date and time. And if we have time, we will also look at the chat or the combo box, which we are not going to spend more time. Now, the text function. And I always get questions from learners talking about specific text function. You can see every question paper, there will be text function. There are basic ones, which I'm going to start with some of the basic ones, then we move to the next one. Um, the text function, I think I'll get some from question 4. The one with the developer, which is June 2024. You can use June 2024 to practice when you are doing this one. Like here, some ifs. It says the total food budget for all mammals, like we did that here, after 2015. Let's check this question before I move on to the text function, which is 3 budget. And it says in cell E3, the total food budget for all mammals that arrived after 2015. So the first criteria is mammals, the second one is after 2015. Now, all mammals after 2015. So we use some ifs. And then the sum range, they say the total food budget. So you select the food budget. Criteria 1, range 1. You look for where the mammals are, which is column D. And then the criteria mammals, which is star MAM star. Then criteria range 2, they say after 2015. That means the date, arrival date. Then the criteria after 2015, that means the last date of 2015. So you say greater than the last day of 2015. Don't forget to type it exactly as you see for the date, the year slash the month slash the day. The last day of 2015, 2015 slash December slash 31st. And then okay. So we got that one right. Greater than the last day of 2015. And then the mammal, we say star MAM star. So I just wanted to show you how to do this question. And then they say the tab color to any orange color. Now the tab color, we did that. Page setup to fit in one page. Page setup, you get it from the page layout, or you can search and say page setup, fit in one page. When you go to scale to fit, and then you see fit to one page, then you go to OK. Right, they can tell you to scale or to change anything from that side. Setting the print area and others, you get them. Those are the basic ones. Also, they can ask you to show the grid lines and then things to display on the screen. Right, now, I'm still looking for a question regarding, yeah, this is the calculated or the budget calculations. A zoo manager is preparing the annual budget for 2025. In I7, the amount for that one based on annual food, and then this one plus an increase of 2.5. Now we are increasing this one. So the original percentage is 100% plus that 2.225 percentage. So I7, we need to put the formula here. They say we are adding these two, which is equal sign, you open bracket, this one plus that one. We are increasing it, so times, you open bracket, the original percentage, which is 100% plus the 2.25 that they gave you, percent. So we are increasing, that means the 100% plus that original percentage times that one. Right, so that's how we do. Whenever you are doing percentage increase, you add it to the original 100%, then you multiply by that value. Right, I want us to go to the text function. Now, here is a typical for text function. Now, and it says, you have the number there 087, and then they have plus 27 followed by space, followed by the number here. Now you can see the number, they have removed the 0 from it. So meaning that they use the right function to remove it. So first of all, we use the building block. We can make use of the building blocks. We put plus 27, so we put equal sign, inverted comma, plus 27, then you close the inverted comma, and you press enter. Because it's a text, so you just say equal sign, you put the inverted comma, plus 27, you close the inverted comma. And then they're followed by the space. Space also equal sign, inverted comma, press the space bar, you close the inverted comma, then enter. Then the next one, they remove from the phone numbers here. I think this is the different question paper. No, it's 4 excursions. Yeah, I got it wrong. 4 excursions, this one. So, yeah, this is the one. 4 excursions. Right. So we say equal sign, inverted comma, plus 27, you close it and press enter. Then you go here again, equal sign, inverted comma, space, you close it. And then we use the right function to extract the text, or what do you call this, contact number, excluding the 0. That's why we are using the right function. We don't need the 0, so we have to start from the right hand side. So we say equal sign, right? Click on FX, the text, you click on this text. How many characters? 9. Because we don't need that 0, so it should be 9. Now, after this, we combine all these together. So we go to equal sign, click on the plus 27, followed by shift and 7, which is ampersand to concatenate, to join them. Space, followed by shift 7 to join this one also. Then you press enter. So this should be the right answer regarding this question. Right. And then again, like you can see here, data validation was also there. And then if and or function, will come to that one also. Now let's go and check question 7, whether there was any question regarding the test function here. This is the subtotal. You can see difficult mix. That means they group according to reproduction in captivity. They group according to reproduction in captivity, and then they find the maximum value here. Note the sorting applied. So this one is 7 production. We can also look at it. I like after teaching the topic, then we solve a question. Right. So that is the 7 production. You can also try your hands on that one when they give you a screenshot like this. Difficult max, that means the function is max. And they group all the difficult. So they sorted according to this column. And the calculation was done on the max column. Right. Let me check other question also regarding the text functions. Now, you can also have a text function whereby maybe the name and surname are all kept together. And then they want you to extract, which is the compound text function. Check 2023 question paper. There was a question like that. June 2023. Okay, the June 2023 question paper was just a combination. Let's solve it and see. It says each athlete will receive a special entry card, entry number, the number between 1 and 50. Whenever you see between 1, we use range between. Range between, whenever you see something like that in a text function. First 2 letters, we use left, and then a registration number. So here, we open 3 marathon. Right. So the question says we need to first of all take the random number between 1 and 50. So we go to the building block and start solving them step by step. Please. Random number between 1 and 50, we use range between. Equal sign, range between. Click on FX. The start is 1, the bottom is 50. And then you go to the next column. They say the first 2 letters of the name. Now you can see the athlete name is here. So the first 2 letters, equal sign left. Then you click on the name, number of characters 2, and then OK. And then again, the registration number of the athlete. We have the registration number here. So you can even put it in the building block, equal sign, click on the registration number and enter, so that you have everything in the building block. So here we can now, when you have all of them in the building block, now you combine them. How do we combine? We use the concatenate equal sign. You click on the first one, then you press shift and then 7. You click on the second, shift 7, then you click on the third one, and then you press enter to join them together. Sometimes they can tell you everything should be in uppercase. Then you go there and say equal sign upper. Then you click on your answer and enter. If it says lowercase, you just say equal sign lower. Then you click on your answer, enter, it will change to lowercase. So take note of that. You solve all of them in the building block. Then after that, where the answer says you must put them, you go and place it there also. That is another form of text function. That's combining them, left, right, len. If they are talking about the number of characters, we use what we call len. Take note. If they are saying the number of characters, we use len. Equal sign len. Of that, it gives you the number of characters. If they say find the position, then we use the find or search function. which we are going to look at that type of question also. Right. I have with me here also June question paper. I think it was 2022. June 2022 question, the text function. Yeah, it's also another category of the text function. It says the name and surname are put together. That's 4 bookings. Then you must remove only the name. So 4 bookings. Now, this one, they put the name and surname all together in one column or one cell. So you can see here the name and surname are kept together here. We assume that this one is the name, Tandy is the name, and this one is the surname. Now they are all put together. Now, if you have a compound text in one cell, now I want to put it here. Whenever you have a compound text in one cell, compound text, in one cell, like maybe name and surname. Then if you are removing from the left-hand side, let's say here, this one is the left, the name one. If you have this one and this one is the one on the right-hand side. So if you want the one on the left-hand side, so the one on the left-hand side, please don't forget this. You will need left and then you will need find. This type of question, they will always ask you. If you are taking from the right-hand side, then you need right, and then you need learn, and then you need find. Then if you are taking from anywhere, from the middle, anywhere, then you need mid, you need learn, and then you need find. I'm going to give that 3 scenario so that you will see, making it simpler in the building block for you. Right. Let's look at this. 4 bookings. Tandy is the name and it's on the left-hand side. So like this question wants us to display only the name. Because it is on the left-hand side, then we need to use left and then only find. So we have to go to the building block and use find function. Then you click on FX. Now, what are we finding? We are finding what is separating between Tandy and then Clarka, which is the space. So it's the space that is separating the two. So find text, you press the space bar. It could be dash, it could be any text. Then within which text from this side, and then you click OK. So we got 7. Now, after that, we come and put our answer here. Equal sign, left. The text is this one. Anytime you see text, click on the cell you are referring to. Number of characters, the answer that you got from find. But then you must say -1. Why -1? We don't want to include the space because that find one, it got to the space value. It counted up to the space. So we don't want to include the space, so we say -1. Right, that is when you are taking from the left-hand side. Now, what about if you are taking from the right-hand side? Let's say the surname. Then, like I said, you need the right, you need the find, and then you need the learn. So here we need learn function also. Learn of the same cell. Then you come and use right function, right? the text will be this cell. The number of characters will be the value for the length, the bigger value, minus the smaller value. You click on the bigger value minus the smaller value, and then OK. That will be the number of characters. So the value for the length minus the value for the find when you are taking from the right-hand side. What if we are taking from the middle? What if this tracker here has a bracket open and then bracket closed, separating them? So instead of tracker to be without, now there's a bracket that is separating them. You can see bracket. So we cannot use right function, because when you use right, it will start with the bracket close. So in this situation, we need the mid function. Then our find now will not be the space, but what are we finding will be the bracket open, because we move from the bracket open here, not the space. So our find now will be the bracket open. Then when we come and we use the mid function, why mid function? Because tracker is in the middle. It is not at the end, neither is it at the beginning. So we use mid, and then the text will be this one. The start number, we are starting from the space. So the start number will be the value for find. Then you say +1. Why +1? We don't want to start from the open bracket. We want to start after the open bracket. That's why we say +1. And then the number of characters, like we said, we will need the length minus the find. Then you say -1. Why -1? We want to take out the bracket close, and then click OK. So it's going to be like this: mid A10. This M10 will be the find value +1. And then the number of characters, which is similar to the right function, the length minus the find, then you say -1. -1 because we want to take out the bracket close. This is the higher order question. It can be 7 marks. Please understand this, and I think you have access to this video. You watch it again, because you want only tracker. It is not at the end, neither is it at the beginning. Right. So that's all about text functions. The video will be available for you, and you'll be able to watch them. Right. Now, the next question will be lookup functions. I will summarize vertical or X lookup. Now, you can see this table here. I want to use X lookup first. Those of you who are using Office 2019 or 365, you can make use of X lookup. And if you are using the lower version, you can make use of V lookup. Let's say we are adding the cost for each budget here. Now, because the values are kept here, 1, 2, 3. So we use the island. Let's say we want to take only the budget values. Then you must give them separate names. Column A, you select, you right click, define name. You give it a name like A. Column B, you select, right click, define name, give it a name as B. So you come and use the X lookup function here. =, X lookup. =, X lookup. and then fx. The lookup array is the A, the return column is the B. Then the lookup value must be taken from the lookup array. Now you see the Bora, Island, and others. That means they are here. Bora, Island, that's this one. And then the match mode, always say -1 when you're using X lookup. Unless it's giving an error, then you use 1. Right. That's a simple X lookup. Now, if it were V lookup, that one you give these two names. You select, you right click and say define name. Let's say I'm giving name as D. Then you come and use VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP because it's vertical. VLOOKUP. Now VLOOKUP has the table array, that's the D. The lookup value is this one. Then the column index, we are taking from the second column, which contains the budget. You can see here, the second column. So that is 2. And the range lookup is always false, unless it gives the wrong answer that you say true. Right. So that's the difference between V and then H and X lookup. Now, when it is H lookup, you only see that this place here will be horizontal. Instead of vertical, it will be horizontal. Now, if it is horizontal, we use H lookup. If it is horizontal, H lookup. If it's vertical, we use V lookup. That's the difference between V and H lookup. But then you can use X lookup as an alternative to V or H. Then if in examination the question says like this one, use a suitable lookup function. So meaning you can use any lookup function. Right. Then again, there are other questions also that they will ask you. Use a VLOOKUP here. It says use a VLOOKUP. So you are not restricted. You can use a VLOOKUP or you can use X lookup because of this word here, A. It means you are not false. You are not restricted. Right. So let's also look at them. A VLOOKUP or any lookup function. You can use X lookup, or you can just use the specific VLOOKUP that the question says you must use. Now let's look at last year question paper. If there was any question about the lookup, we will solve it before we move to the next type of function called the date and time, which is November 2024. Let's check question 3. Then after that, we go to chat. We might end at spreadsheet, and then tomorrow we will start early with a database. Or if I still have time, I will still focus on, if I check and I still have time, I will still complete the database. Then I'll break them down into a smaller one. Right. So I'm going to look at the lookup functions. There was no lookup here. For last year, there was no lookup. It's only the if statement. That means that this year, lookup question is likely to be there. Last year, there was no lookup. There was date and time and if statement. So this year, definitely there's going to be a lookup function. There was spreadsheet feature, which is conditional formatting. Text function was also there. And then that contains T. So basically, so you have to watch out for that type of question, lookup functions Right, so X or VLOOKUP, don't forget to give them names before you do it. I wanted to get one question that I can solve regarding that lookup. Let me check 2023 November question paper. I think there was a lookup function. It seems the questions were not complete. Let me check again. All right. (2023) also, it seems there was no lookup function. So definitely, oh, there's a lookup here. 3.5. 3.5. It says insert a lookup function in F23 to display the name of the salesperson who sold the most cars. So here is a lookup function for 6 marks. So let's look at it. 3 car sales. And I'm happy I picked up this question because it was an unusual question for 2023. Lookup function to display the name of the person who sold the most cars. So here the lookup value is the most cars. Most cars, that's the lookup value. And most means you use large or small max function. So first of all, we have to go to building block and find max, the one who sold most cars. So we go to building block and use large, or we can also use max. So large, and then total cars sold is this one. You select it. Then most is 1. So K is the largest. Now, when we have this, we can use the lookup function. And the answer should be in F23. Here is it. But then before that, we have to put the lookup name. Because we are going to display this one, we have to select this, which is the return, and this is the lookup values, lookup table. So we select here, you right click and choose define name and give it a name as A. Then you select the salesperson's, you right click, define name, you give it a name as B. Then we come and put the answer here, equal sign X lookup. So the lookup column or row is A, the return is B. And then the lookup value, the question said the most cars, so should be the one that we got here for large. Remember, we can also put it as a dollar sign, it's fine. Now, match mode -1. Then we click OK. So it's Susan. Right. We can also use another function, which is HLOOKUP. Why HLOOKUP? Because it is horizontal. But HLOOKUP, you have to select both the total cars and the salesperson, excluding the headings. You right-click, define name, we give it a name as D. And then we come and use equal sign, HLOOKUP. HLOOKUP, and then the lookup table is D. Then the row that we are taking the value from is row 2. And then the lookup value is this 36. Then the lookup range is false. Lookup value is false, and then OK. Right, we got it also as Susan. So basically, you can use VLOOKUP, or you can use XLOOKUP. You can use any of them. So that is all about the lookup functions. Let's proceed to the date and time and the nested if. I know most of you are waiting for nested if, the if function, and the if with the logical functions. Right. I want to go to the date and time function or calculations, and then I'll wrap up with the nested if. Right. So that's all for now. I'm going to look for the nested if function. I'll look for nested if function. This question, there was no nested if. That was 2022. Then let me look for 2024. I think there was a nested if question. We will check those ones with a nested if. Also, there was no nested if. Yes, here there's a nested if, which is 3 project, 2021 question paper, 3 project. Now it says, use a nested if function to display the following message. Notify if the project starts within 60 days from the current date, or star if the project starts after 60 days from the current date. Complete if the project has been completed. And when can we find that the project has been completed? It says within the next 60 days. That means when it is 60 days exactly. So here is when it is 60. And when it's after 60 days, not greater than 60. And then here, within the 60 days, when it is less than or equals to 60. So we need to break them down into the building block. I'm going to open 3 projects from 2021 question paper. Three projects. Right. Now, you can see that the question says there's a date of project in column E. Now, we are talking about 60 days. So meaning we have to find the days function here. We must use the days function with reference to the current date. So the current date is today. So we say equal sign today. Then we can autofill. Then we calculate the days. Equal sign days. And then the end date. The end date will be, you have the today's date, and then the date of the project. So the end date will be today's date. Then the start date will be the date of the project. So we got this date. Now, when you have this, we can now insert our if statement. The question says, when it is within the 60 days, that means that when it is less than 60 days, we put what we call, if it's less than 60 days, we put notify. If it is greater than 60 days, we put what we call star, and then complete when it is equals to 60 days. So we can now use our if statement here. If, because there are three conditions, we need to use only two if. So if the logical test, we are using the days in the building block. If this one is less than, or we can say greater than, that's after 60. And according to the question, when it's after 60, we put complete. After 60, we put star. Then value if false, we open another if with a bracket open. Go to the formula bar and then you click inside the bracket open and close. Then it gives you access to put another if. You repeat the steps. If this one is equals to 60, then we put within. That's when it is project has been completed. So that one will be complete. So the last statement, we don't put another if because there are three conditions. We only put notify. So because there are three conditions, we need to put only two if statements. So take note, the number of conditions minus one will determine the number of if statement that you need to use. So that is one way of solving if statement. There is also another if statement whereby we need to compare two columns. We need to compare two columns. For instance, if the question says, display a statement when the travel style is luxury, and then the amount here in column J, or the total group cost, is more than 5,000. So, meaning there are two conditions here. The first condition says when it is luxury and the group cost is more than 5,000. So because of and, we can use if together with and function to combine them. Right. They can also have all function to also combine. Now, what you need to do when you have that type of question, in the building block, you can use the and function, equal sign and function to put them together, all your conditions. And then logical text, you click on H10, must be equals to luxury. And then second one is the group total, which is K10, must be greater than 5,000. So you can have several conditions, you use and to combine them. When you are done, you come and put your if statement here. Equal sign if this value that we have here equals to true. Don't put true in inverted comma because that is answer. Then you must say yes. Otherwise, you leave it blank, meaning press space bar and then OK. Now, when I autofill here, all those that are true will say yes. So we use the logical text called AND to combine all your logical functions or all the conditions. And then after that, you come and use if statement here. Alternatively, you could have also used all function instead of AND. You could have also said all function. It works like AND. So all function is also like AND. When the question say either, that means you use the all together with if statement to combine them. Right. We also have XOR and then we also have not. So like here, they could have just said and equals to and when it is not Lazarus. So I put less than and greater than, meaning not. Not Lazarus. And then also, so I made a mistake here. When H10 is not Lazarus. And then this amount here is also greater than 5,000. So we can also use not, watch out for that, not, and then and then all together. So no matter how the question is, break it down in the building block, step by step, solve them in the building block, then you come and use if statement. You now come and use if statement. Then you now come and use if statement to combine it. Now, when you're using if statement, we use only the true one. If we are comparing this one in the building block. So if M10 equals to true, you do not put the true in inverted comma. You just say equals to true. Then the value if true. Yes. Value if false, empty. So this type of questions, use building block to solve them. And I'm going to also show you an example of that type of question. I think one of the years, I think the June question papers, it should be 2023. Let me check the 2021 first. There was one question that talks about that. Like here, yes, it's 2023. 4.4, it says, the bank card has expired if the expiry date is before the date in H4. Use the donation type and then the expiry date. The word expired, if the bank card of a monthly sponsor has expired, and then remind if the bank card is still valid and the transaction will take place. Or a hashtag character if the card was used for a single donation, as he or she will not receive a message. So you can see that this question, you have to break it down in the building block. Otherwise, it's going to create a problem for you. Now, let's check that for donate. From 2022 June. For donate, I think it should be 2023. Let's check the question paper again. or DB 2021. That's NSC question paper. It's not the June one, it's this one. Let me check for donate. I can't find it here. Right. So now they gave you expiry date in column G. And then also the donation start date. And then we have the monthly also in column C. Now, the question says, we put expired if the bank card has expired of a monthly sponsor. So here, this should be monthly, that's the donation type. And then again, the expiry date. If the expiry date is before the date in column H or H4. So H4 is here. So when the expiry date is before this one, then we say it has expired. So we choose building block and break that one down. Equals to the expiry date should be less than the date in H4. Don't forget the H4 should have, before we even put that one down, let's define name because every value here is comparing with this one. So we have to give it a name. You right click, define name. You can give it a name as A. Then you say equals to this one less than, before means less than that one. So it says true. So we can autofill. So true means it is before the expiry date. Right, this is the current date. And you can see all these are before. Right. Then the next part says we put expired if the bank card is monthly. And then the sponsor has expired. So here this type should be monthly also. Then we put remind if the bank card is monthly and is still valid. And a transaction will take place. Now, where do you see transaction taking place? So we have the name, surname, and that one. Okay. So it's still valid. So transaction can take place. There's nothing called transaction should take place. So that means should be within. Valid means it shouldn't be less than. And then hashtag, if the card was used for a single donation and he or she will not receive a message. So here, these are the messages, expired and that. And then the others will not receive a message. So you have to always check the column that you are going to use. So we need only this part. Now we can now use our if statement. Equal sign if. Now, if it's expired, that means this one should be true. It should be before. So if this value here equals to true, remember we need a monthly, so you should use and also. Let me combine the expired one here. I must use and function to combine the two because there are two conditions here. It says monthly and then expired. That's when it is less than. So and function, this value here must be equal to true which is the expired, and the logical 2, the donation type should be equals to monthly. So we can also use it. So this one, when it is true here, it means expired. Then we also go and look for the next condition here. Remind, when it is monthly is still valid. That means it has not expired. That means when it is false and a transaction will take place. So meaning it is not false. So here will be and we are combining this. It is not expired means this one should be equal to false. Then this one should also be monthly. Right. So this is for the second, this is for the remind. And this one is for expired. Other than that, the last one says hashtag if the card was used for a single donation, as he or she will not receive a message. So here should be single donation. So here's the equal sign. This one must be equals to single. Right. So this one is only single when it is only for single. And these two conditions. So with this, we can use ifs to get our answer right. Equal sign ifs. Because we have been able to break them down. If this one equals to true, then it should be expired. Then also when this one equals to true, then we say remind. This one, when this one is single, don't forget you can have this and then you put a hashtag. So we got our answer. Alternatively, you can also put the hashtag, like here, this is false. So we break them down because this question was 7 and there are two conditions for each. This one should be monthly and then the expiry must be there. And then also this one must be monthly and then it should not be expired. That means shouldn't be before, should be greater than. Otherwise, we should put the hashtag. So you can use building block to solve it. Or we can also go straight. Those of you who like to solve it once, equal sign if, you can just go straight. And then we say if, then you compare because we are using this AND function. So you say AND, then you open bracket. You go inside the formula bar, click there. And when the expiry date is less than the value here, then the logical text, when this one equals to monthly. So we are done with the first condition. Then we go after the if. Then we say expired. Then we go to value if false. You start with another if, you open bracket. Go to the formula bar, click inside it. Again, we use AND. Now the question says monthly and then it's still valid. That means it has not expired. We go here. When this is equals to monthly, second one is when the expiry date, it is not less than, that means greater or equals to this one. That greater or equals to that. Then we go to that second if. Then we say, well, if true, remind. Otherwise, we put hashtag for all. Right, so we can just go straight and then we solve it once by using if and then the and function all together. Don't forget to, when you need to combine, you use and, then you click on that function also. Right, I know this one, and then you can watch it again, the nested if. Right, now let's move on to, somebody said November 2024, nested if. Let's check question 3, 2024. 3.4. They said 3.4. Let me check. Three point four is if statement, count ifs. It's not if statement, it's count ifs. Product have a delivery shipment and then a total of 1,000 or more. Question 4, let's check. Oh, yeah, 4.6. 4.6, yes. There was if statement in 4.6. That is 4 shows. Let's check that question 4.6. Now the question says, discount is given as follows. If the session is morning session, and you can see there's N here, the organization is a school, then 5% discount is given. If the organization is business, 3% is given, and then no discount for all other cases. So here, final cost is calculated by multiplying the cost per person with the number of people and then give a discount if applicable. So we have to first multiply the number by the cost per person. All right. So let's check which one should we use. Sheet 1. Cost per person times the number of people. That's the final cost. And then if discount is given, we give a discount. So we can have the cost per person and then the final cost in the building block by saying equals to the number of people times the cost per person. Then you press enter. So this is the first value that we are going to have. And then we come and use the if statement. Now they said a discount will be given if there's morning session and organization is school. So we are going to use if statement here, equal sign if, click on FX, then the logical text. If the session, this is the session, is equals to morning, so we can use N function. Then go to building block and click inside it. So when the session is equals to morning, then the second one says the organization is school. Where do we find the organization? That is column H. So the organization is also equals to school. Then you go and click just after the first if. Then we must calculate the 5% discount. Remember, discount is you subtract from 100%. So here will be, you open bracket, 100% minus 5%, close bracket, times this value given here. Or you can just say 95% times that. Then the value if false, you go there, open another if with the open bracket, go to that formula bar, click there, and then it says the organization is business. They didn't talk about the session. So you click on the organization equals to business. Then 3%, which is value if true, 100% minus 3%. You close bracket, times this value. And the last one says, no discount given in all other cases. So the value if false, there's no discount given, which is 100% times that value. No discount means 100%. And then click OK. There we go. So here there's no discount because it's private, and then there's no session here. There we go. So you have to break it down into these steps. Now, the last part of the functions will be date and time. Date and time calculations. Date and time calculations. Right. Now we have date here in column E. Now, if the question says, find the number of days, we use days function. Equal sign, days. And then where it says the end date, you type today, open and close bracket. Start date, you click on this one. So this one will give you the number of days. Now, if the question says find the number of years or age, then you have to use year frec. Year frec, equal sign, year frec. Or you can use year function. We have the start date. The start date will be this date. End date will be today. Don't forget to put open and close bracket. That's how we calculate the age. Or alternatively, you can say year function. Equal sign year. Year into bracket today. Then you go to the formula bar, say minus year, open bracket, the date given to you here. And you close it. So you can use the year function or you can use year frec function. Now, if they are talking about the number of months, since we have the years, you multiply by 12. If they are talking about the number of weeks, you convert it. So that's all about the year calculation and age calculation. The same applies to time. We have time here. Now, if let's say they wanted to find out the time after this one, maybe 3 hours, I will come to that. Now, what if the question says you are going to get your results in 4 months' time from this date? Calculate the date that you are going to get the results. So because the question is talking about the date, you have to use the building block to extract the year from the date given, and then you use the month function to extract the month from the date given, and then you use the day function to extract the day from the date given. Now, when you have all this, you now come and use the function called date, equal sign date. Then where it says year, you click on that year. Where it says month, you click on the month. Where it says day, you click on the day. Now, if it says 3 months after the date given, you go to the month and say +3, and then okay. So this will be the new date. Remember, it's giving me number. I must go to number format and change it to date. So that will be the new date, 24th of February, 2025. Right. So that is all about this question about the date. Now the time also, they can give you maybe 3 hours from this time. Again, you must use equal sign hour to extract the hour from this time. And then use equal sign minute to extract the minute from this time. And then you use equal sign second to extract the second from this time. Then you come and use the function called time. Equal sign time. Where it says the hour, click on the hour given here, the minute, and the second. So if they say 4 hours before, you go to the hours, you say -4. Right. So if you say after, you say plus. So that's how we do the time also. Now, when you have time in and time out, and they want you to calculate the hours, you subtract the time out from the time in. Let's say I'm having another column here. And this one was 19 hours. Now I want the hours in between. I say equals to, you open bracket, time out minus the time in, you close, times 24. That's how we calculate the number of hours. It's the time out minus the time in times 24. Then you change it to number. So that's 2 hours in between. So that's how we calculate the hours, and you can convert it to minutes, then you multiply by 60. If you are converting to seconds, you multiply by 60 times 60. Right. So basically, that is all about this type of calculations. Now, we are wrapping up the spreadsheet, then we'll end the lesson here. Tomorrow, we will start a bit early to focus on database and HTML, the tips how to approach database and HTML. So I want you today to focus on spreadsheet, what we have done. Tomorrow, we will just start around maybe 3 or earlier than that, so that you have enough time to study, maybe 3 or 2. I will communicate to you guys. Now, the graph is simple. There are so many things that you must do regarding graphs. I will just use one example to show you graphs. What kind of graphs? You must know the combo graphs and others. Right. Let's say, let me check any graph. I think there was a graph here, last year question paper. Now, let's say you have this graph. For pie chart, they can tell you to put the data labels. So when you click on them, You see chart element, data label, there's an arrow, more options. Then maybe they want percentages, you tick percentages. And they don't want values, you remove the values. They can ask you to change the legend or the series name, to put the series name also there. So that's the pie chart. The number format of the pie chart is just about this one, whether it's number, currency, or what, that's not a problem. Pie chart is just putting the percentages and this one, and then moving the legend. They can tell you to click on the legend, move it to the right or top right. Then they can tell you to pull out the bigger one portion. This is the bigger portion. You click on it twice. To select it only, you drag it. And they can tell you to fill in. When you go to fill, you see fill with a picture or vary by colors or slice, and gradient fill. Only that portion. They can tell you to choose different gradient fill, like the preset one, or the radii, or rectangular gradient fill, or choose different colors with the color positions. So watch out for that regarding pie chart. Now, what if I have pie chart, I want to convert it to bar graph? Now, when you right click on this one, you will see change chart type. Let's say we want to change it to column chart. Or line chart. Watch out for some of these charts. Finding one funnel. They have asked before, combo chart. And then also surface chart. They can ask that also. Right, so now let me change it to column chart with a 3D. Now with this column chart, let's say I don't want these labels, all these labels. I don't need the category names and others. Only the values. Now, they can ask you to change this one to move it to the top. When you click on it or you right click, you see format axis. You can change it category in reverse order. Stop that. Reverse order to move it so that now the bigger one, the one for meat is first. So if I take categories in reverse order, it changes to last position. Right. Also the labels, they can ask you to change it, the distance, label position to high, to move it to the top. Then again, regarding the filling, the vertical axis, the text direction, they can ask you to change it, rotate up. So always you select it, whether this one, you right click, you choose format axis, you will see them here. If they are talking about the axis, this one, X or Y axis, you right click, format it, you will see them. You can change the minor and then the major. Display unit, they can tell you to be maybe in thousands, so that thousands will be there. Or display unit to be hundreds. Right, so you must watch out for this type of arrangement. Again, they can also ask you to change them, like the grid lines. When you select the grid lines, you see chart element, grid lines. If you don't want the vertical grid lines, you can remove it. Then the legend, also moving them. And then we also have another type regarding this called the changing this series options. When you select the series, you right click and say format data point or data series. We have the data points. Then you will find different series, full pyramid, partial one, cylinder, full cone. They can ask you to change them. And then to fill also to vary by points, different colors, or border fill. So you must always right click and go to the options, then you'll be able to change them there. Right. Then we also have trend lines. Trend line is only applicable to, let me change the type of the trend line is only applicable to not 3D but 2D. That's when you see trend line with a 2-period trend line, or you can see more options to change the period. Right. Then they can also have markers, then they can tell you to change the cap if you don't want the round one to change them. So basically you must right click, you go to those options for graphs, whatever you do. Then we have combo graph. Let's say this is budget 2024, and we also have another budget, which is, let's say, 2025. So we have different values. Then we are creating a graph for them. Then you have to select both. Then the type of chart will be combo graph. It will not be just normal ones, it will be combo graph. So when you go to more, it's combo. Then you specify which one will be column and which one will be line. Let's say I want a 2025 to be line, and I want this one to be column. Then I click on the secondary axis so that I can have 2 axes. And then OK. So this is a combo graph with 2 axes. One is a line and one is a column. Then I can change these points. Display unit for this one to be thousands or 100, and this one should be different units. Right. So that is combo graph, combining them, and then you can see all the units and everything. So basically, this is what you must know regarding graphs. The combo graph, how to change them. You right click, select data, then you can change which one should show. Or right click, change chart type, then you can choose which one should be secondary axis and which one should be line markers or what. So watch out for this type of graphs also. Right. So basically, that is all about spreadsheet. This is all about spreadsheet, what you should know regarding the scope that we have just discussed. I would like you to go over this lesson. Did you do access calculation? We are going to do them tomorrow. Tomorrow we will start early, maybe 2:30 or 3, so that latest by 5 we will be done with spreadsheet access, and then also HTML, the tips. Tomorrow will be done. Today we just ending so that you can watch over Microsoft Word and then also Excel to prepare. Tomorrow we'll focus on database and HTML, the tips, what you should also know. Right. Thank you for your precious time. Good night.